Morning, everybody, on this fine day 34. Let's update this. So I'm not home today or tomorrow, but obviously we don't stop. This will probably be the last time I'll be here. Maybe one more time next weekend or something, but this should pretty much be it. Um, Important update. Fable is not available today. They're saying it has something to do with jailbreaking, but I don't know if I believe that. Maybe it is. I don't know. Could be some sort of security issue. Um, Anyways, yesterday we started doing this as the first thing in the stream, so we're going to continue along this way. We'll start by saying a prayer. Father, I ask that today you guide my thoughts, my vision, my imagination, my creativity, and the direction of the project towards something that's aligned with your will. Help us make something that's useful, something that's valuable, helps make the world a better place. We ask that you keep me focused, energized. I'm a little bit tired today. Give me a little bit of a pick me up. Help me keep this pace. And I promise to do my part. Keep working every day. And if this is a part of your plan for me, I promise to see it through. Amen. That's it. Let's get to fucking work. Give me some oxygen. Right. Let's go. So yesterday we finished up. Hold on. I finished up yesterday. Hold on, let me clear this data. And we're gonna retest what we were doing at the end of the day yesterday and see if it's gotten. Also, is my mic working? Hopefully. I don't know. We're gonna just go with it. So let's do this. Okay. Let's test what we were testing yesterday. Okay, I want to make a daily routine. It's gonna have gym and work, and I'm not really sure what else. I can't see shit. Sun. The first thing I do is a morning routine. It usually starts at maybe 6 a.m. Actually, no, probably like 5:30, and then it takes me like half an hour. It's too slow. Don't know why that just took so long. That's obviously not right. I usually sleep for about 8 hours. So I already had my morning routine slotted in, and then it prompted me correctly asking how long I sleep for, and I told it 8 hours. It started an activity template, but for some reason didn't get the duration, even though I did give it the full 8 hours. You can see here in the messages I'm gonna attach what I said and then what the agent said back. Hold on one sec. Okay.
Doesn't matter at all. When you're a long-term investor and fundamentally don't matter, it's just noise. I've had days where I've been down $30,000 and I've done absolutely nothing about it. You need to ask yourself, are your stocks dropping because of the business model or is it due to macro event? You see, this is the skill that nobody talks about in investing. It's really not just stock picking. You need to have the mental fortitude when it comes to being down massive in a position and being able to hold that stuff. The moment you sell, there are guys out there that are going to buy it off you in a second. They are quite literally taking shares off your hand. So you need to ask yourself, is the business intact? And if it is intact, which I hope it is, then whatever correction or dip you're going through is an opportunity. I'm up around $8,000 today in the stock market, and it actually doesn't matter at all. When you're a long-term investor in fundamentally strong companies, the daily swings don't. I'm up around eight.
All right, guys. So SpaceX IPO is about to go live. So I'm allocated here 105K, right? And then I am allocated here at 442,000. It's all real shit. It's a real fucking app. Can't fake this shit. Fuck. And then Robinhood at 105K. So let's see how this plays out. Fucking hype. Bro. Open at 150. 152. We're starting to climb up. 153. All right, guys. We're starting to climb up. Let's fucking go. Bro, I'm about to be up 30,000 on the day. On just Robinhood, guys. Oh my God, guys. We're trying to break 160. We're breaking 160 right now. Come on. We're about to be up 40,000. About to be up 40,000.
I think this might be the gayest thing a man can do. I'm not gonna lie.
Come on. Let's break 160. Oh God. Come on.
Like, it might be the gayest way to make money.
Right now.
Next to being a gay male stripper. That might be a little bit gayer, but this is close.
Oh, 84,000. Perfect. 84,000 on the day. He's up 99,000 on the day. Robinhood, 34,000. He's up 40,000. Bro, and everybody was saying, what were they saying? Don't slam, don't get into SpaceX. It's gonna go. Bro, you put our ball. Bro, you guys don't understand the IPO game. That's why you gotta learn from me. And you can't be comment and hate and shit because then you just look stupid.
And that's what SpaceX is all about, is to take the fiction out of science fiction and create an exciting, inspiring future for everyone. We want to be able to take anyone who wants to go to the moon, anyone who wants to go to Mars, or anywhere in the solar system, and maybe beyond the solar system at some point. We want to be able to take you there. Not just a few astronauts. I mean, you, literally you. There are always problems on Earth. There are always problems on Earth. There are always things that we wish to be better, that we want to solve here on Earth, and we should solve them. But there also have to be things that get you excited about the future, that make you glad to wake up in the morning, because you can't wait to see what happens next. And that's the future that SpaceX wants to bring to you.
SpaceX, right? Obviously, we know Elon, the greatest, smartest guy in the world. Normally, when there's an unlock, right, 6 months after the deal, the IPO, or a year, people who are on the inside can sell their stock. And that's kind of a liquidation event when you kind of wait around till it dumps and you can scoop up stock cheap. Mr. Elon Musk figured this out. He wrote the book, literally like rewriting the friggin' Bible. He made it so that the lockdown does not happen after 6 months. It happens after 368 days because he's a numerologist. Wow. Okay? 368 days after the IPO. If you have insider stock, you can sell it, but only if the price of the stock is now trading at a 30% premium to the IPO. So there's going to be no dumping. Nobody, if it's trading below the deal, you're not getting anything. So he has preserved and set the guidelines so that nobody can sell this stock below a price that he's happy with.
Yeah, we can jump up, we can get down low, mix it all up, we can go low, whatever you want, there's nothing we can do, 'cause we can go up.
I have spent a grand total of $15,000 on this entire sleeve, and it's still. I just watched the closing bell of the space.
Here we go. Oh, no, it's not there. Let me clear the data. I need to get in a new chat, to be honest. Ah. Okay, let's try again. I want to build a daily routine today. It's gonna have the gym and work, and yeah, maybe that's about it. I'm not sure what else. I need Fable. Give me back Fable. Usually I start my day with like a morning routine, and then that starts at maybe like 6 a.m. Actually, no, like 5:30 a.m., and that takes me about 30 minutes. I usually sleep like 8 hours. Okay, good. Gym is about an hour at noon. Actually, can you add a 15-minute commute for the gym? The commute should have been before the gym, not after. But you can leave the one after as well, so add another commute before the gym. Okay, that's not good. I think this chat is getting quite full with context. I want to keep going in another one. Basically, what I want you to do is write me up a prompt to continue in another chat that will give a summary of what we've done so far in the development process, like whatever phase we're on. I think in this chat we got up to I think we got to 6 in this point. Like phase 3 was the capture pipeline, phase 4 was voicing rest, phase 5 was schedule, phase 6 was templates. Yeah, I think we're on phase 6 now. I want you to give it just a quick summary of what we've worked on up until now. And basically the goal in the next chat is to get up until phase 6 right, because it's not really working entirely correctly right now, and then we need to iron that out before moving on to phase 7. So write me up a prompt to essentially carry over in a new chat working on what we're working on now, essentially getting that right. We should do this like very systematically, meaning like we should test essentially like all the different things that need to be functional in this layer, and then test like the different edge cases. So like the first suite of tests would be regarding like just placing one-off schedules like on the actual schedule, and then doing like all the different types of edits, movements, deletions, like all the different things you can do with one-off schedules, basically like nothing involving templates. Then from there, the next suite of tests should be regarding activity templates. We should do every sort of test you can think of regarding making activity templates. Then we would essentially do a test suite that combines activity templates plus schedules, and then working out all of those different edge cases. And then the final suite of tests would be daily templates, and then that would obviously connect back into making activity templates simultaneously. And then also obviously it would incorporate with putting that daily routine into the schedule as well. So, to my understanding, that should be like the full suite of tests at a high level that I can think of that we would need to work through in order to get this really functioning properly. If you can think of any other like types of tests that I haven't thought of that wouldn't have been accounted for yet, let me know, because we need this test suite essentially to be all encompassing for this layer up until phase 6. So go ahead and think through that, and then once you've figured it out, draft me up a prompt. I think I'm getting problems in the daily template because I'm skipping steps. Like, there's probably something wrong in the activity template layer that's making this not work well.
Elon just got a call, and every AI CEO on the planet is now thinking about resigning because NVIDIA just opened free access to 80 of the world's best AI models: Minimax, GLM, Kimi, DeepSeek, and GPT OSS. One API key, $0, and almost nobody noticed. Here is what is actually happening. NVIDIA is now hosting over 80 top AI models on their own servers and letting you use every single one of them through one free API. No credit card, no trial time. And because it speaks the same language as OpenAI, it plugs straight into Cursor, OpenCode, and your Hermes agent. Now here's the setup. Go to build.nvidia.com and grab your free API key. Set your base URL to integrate .api.nvidia.com. Paste in your key. Then pick any model you want. Minimax M2.7, Kimi 2.5, DeepSeek 3.2. Done. That is it. 80 premium models running inside your editor for free, while everyone else is still paying $20 a month for one. These projects are giving away free access every single day. The only people winning are the ones who actually take it. Comment NVIDIA, and I will send you the full setup guide in your DM. Follow for more such videos.
The biggest no shipping scam operation just got pulled off for $60 million. Now, no shipping is like a big scammer buzzword in the drop shipping and e-commerce scene, and it's just exactly what it sounds like. People are selling products for way too cheap than they would ever be able to be sold for online, and then they're just taking the customer's money and then never shipping the product out. Now, there's not actually that many people that genuinely do this, or even are able to do it for a long time and make money with it, because obviously there's a bunch of problems that come with it. All the kids that talk about it are like the chrome hearts wearing, low exposure, Miami, like Instagram dumb picture takers with BMW M4s. However, all these kids are just like wannabe scammers that want to seem edgy because they don't actually make money with it. And even if they are, they just got showed the fuck up. The boy Donnie T took in $600,000 deposits for a Trump phone that's never gonna get sent out. And he quietly changed the policy, saying there's no guarantee the phone will even be made, or you'll get a refund. transparency with every order right now. Revolution Nutrition
Hey Ty, you've made and lost millions of dollars in the stock market. What are your top 3 picks going into the second half of 2026?
AST Space Mobile going to SpaceX IPO and something else. So ASTS is number 1, number 2 is going to be IONQ. IONQ is the number 1 leading component computing name. Very powerful growth story there. Once they tie AI with quantum, it's definitely 5 to 10 years. And my third one is Corey. Talk about Corey a lot. It's been wagging its big competitor in Europe, Nebius, which is tripled this year as well. It's at 60 now, it's at 240. So yeah, those are my top 3: Corey, IONQ, AST Space Mobile.
The SpaceX IPO is a huge trap for retail investors and it's designed to take your money. Elon Musk and the bankers can set whatever price they want since there's no public company comparable to SpaceX. A $2 trillion valuation for a company doing around $15 billion in revenue is crazy. For reference, Amazon is valued in the same ballpark, which is over $700 billion in revenue. You are not getting in early to SpaceX. And look at the deal structure. Normal IPOs give about 10% of the shares to retail, but reports say SpaceX could give retail 30%. They're not being generous here. They're distributing the shares to retail. They know the name is huge and that retail will chase it, and they're taking advantage of that. Because of all this, I'm avoiding the SpaceX IPO, but I still want to be invested in this space. My top space stock is Iridium Communication. Iridium runs a global satellite network that keeps playing.
This model is able to create exploits out of 3, 4, sometimes 5 vulnerabilities that in sequence give you some kind of very sophisticated end outcome. For each of these bugs, we told the maintainers eventually run the software. They went and fixed them and then deployed the patches, and anyone who runs the software it's no longer vulnerable to the attacks. Hey, Brett, how much you pay for this house, right?
Okay. Let's create a directory inside of the workspace overview called runtime spec test suite. And then this will be a markdown file called suite one off schedules only or whatever, or just suite. It doesn't really matter what you call it, but do it in some sort of structured way so we can keep adding to this new directory all the different suites of tests. And then essentially we'll keep a record of things that passed, failed, why they failed, all that different type of stuff. So go ahead and just add that now as a markdown file, and then I'll get started.
Alright, I highly doubt anyone's gonna be able to get this, but I've had a new car for about a week now, and I want to see if anyone's able to guess what type of car it is, just based off of me hitting the unlock or the lock button. 3, 2, 1. Let me know. Alright, I highly doubt anyone's gonna be able to get this, but I've had a new car for about a week now, and I want to see if anyone's able to guess what type.
Here's my F-150. Here's my Camaro. You're on the phone. I love this stuff. These are also records. And then that's my Camaro. That thing's turbocharged. I got 600 horse in that, man. 600. I would take that Camaro against any Corvette any day. 0 to 60. New car? Yeah. There's a few of my toys.
Which house?
This is my house.
Very nice. Yard player. You ever play in the yard?
I like people who have dogs and stuff.
I would really like nice in this room.
Here's my F-150.
That is super gay. One like minor thing I'm noticing is there's randomly like an extra entry domain, like in the section group A creating blocks, like for the example S1 AO1, there's a section for notes, but then there's like another random section after that. I don't know what that's for. Like there's essentially one too many sections on each of these. It looks like there's a gap between status and where notes is. I don't know if that's intentional or what's going on there, but it seems to be in every single test suite here so far. Just let me know if that's supposed to be there. And then for the status, is there a specific like enum field that I'm supposed to be filling in? I mean, like essentially we're gonna work on the examples so they pass, right? So anytime I would enter a status, it would always be passed. Like really more so what we want to keep track of is like why they failed along the way, and then ultimately the end goal is they work, right? So something like that, and then I think I'll just get you to fill in that section. Like it shouldn't be status, it should just be like get rid of the status. Oh, I see, I just figured out why there was that extra section. There's a verified thing here, verified run. I don't know what that is doing here either. So yeah, I would say we want ID, input, expected, schedule, like the expected in-app outcome, and then the expected like agent reply, I guess. So there's like you know what I mean. Like the expected app outcomes. So yeah, expected schedule, expected reply pattern, yeah. And then like as we keep building like down in further suites, then there would be like expected activity template, expected daily template. And then status, I don't think that makes sense because it's always going to be pass like eventually. And then the verified run, obviously, like we're running all of them now, so I don't think we need that either. And then the functionality of the note section should basically be to detail why um, it didn't work, if it didn't work, and then how we fixed it. Okay. So let's clear everything. Put a team meeting at 2 p.m. for 45 minutes. Okay, S1 AL1 passes. Just a few quick things. So in the UI, it's showing the team meeting block as purple, but it should be blue. Like the color patterning is basically anytime something is a complete valid block that has been placed either in a template or the schedule, it always gets the blue coloring. And then that should also match with the little thing on the right that says one off. Um, so that should be changed. And then I also want to um, have in this test suite the inference, right? So like if I say put a team meeting at 2 for 45 minutes, it should infer either AM or PM. And then we need to build in some sort of way to show that the time was inferred and then the ability to swap it from AM to PM or PM to AM, something along those lines. And I think the best way to do that is basically the same way like how in templates we had like a section below the block that shows like the time. Basically like these, like you can zoom in on these blocks, like you can zoom in on the schedule viewer to make the blocks bigger, and then below like each block itself is like a scrollable thing, and then there's like little like lines that explain different things, and like one of those things would be this like inferred time, like it's a notification essentially for inferred time. If you look, actually no, don't look anywhere, but yeah, that's the idea. So let's see what you come up with that, and then we'll iterate and see what we want to do. Can you always just deploy this type of stuff for me? Just do it. I don't know why it does this randomly sometimes. Let's do a workout at 11 for 45 minutes. The anchor inferred got set to false. That's why it didn't work.
See the video there.
Of the latch?
Yeah.
Okay. What is that? What is that?
Wait, did I attach the wrong? Wait, what? I swear I put these rows. This is 11. Wait, what? Oh, it is scrollable. Okay, I need to look at this on my phone. Okay, that all worked. Just a few weird things. So when I press that button that swaps it, for the inferred time, it is putting the block like shifted to the right, and it's like anchored down the middle for some reason rather than being like stuck on the left, you know, like spanning the whole width of the schedule region. My guess is because it thinks there's already an entry there or something like that, because this is the functionality I think when you have multiple entries in one at one time slot, like when there's overlapping entries. So that needs to be fixed. And then the other fix that I want to do is basically that entirety of the schedule viewer, like where the scrollable part is for the actual scheduling blocks. We should be able to, oh, you know what? I see what just happened. I see what happened actually. So hold on. Backing up a second. Actually, let me just redo it. So yeah, I see what happened. So when I swap it, it's okay. So I had a team meeting previously anchored at 2 for 45 minutes, and then I did a workout at 11 for 45 minutes with the inferred time. The tap to swap is working, so it's swapping it to 11 p.m. But what it's doing when it does that is it's pushing over team meeting to be anchored like in the middle of the schedule viewer rather than anchored to the left, like right next to the clock time. So I'm not exactly sure why it's pushing it over like that. When I swap it back to AM from PM, like because the button is still there, it pushes the team meeting then back to the left in the correct position, right? Like the only time that scheduled block should be shifted over is when there's multiple entries at the same like overlapping entries essentially, so they exist like at the same time but without actually overlapping with each other in the UI. So that is no good. And then the other thing that we need to do is we need to make this inner scrollable schedule part zoomable. Basically, like I need to be able to zoom in and make these blocks bigger, right? Like when I zoom in, it should expand, like say my workout block or my team meeting block. Like basically, I just need to be able to zoom in on the scrollable part so that I can make the like whatever section of that schedule I'm looking at bigger, basically, because right now it's very small and you can't really see very much, which is fine at the most zoomed out level, but you need to be able to zoom in and out. And then also it doesn't, okay. So I don't think on the web app it's even worth looking at this type of feature. You know, I should get my phone up here for you guys. That would be a lot better. Let's do that. What the fuck? Okay, so a few things. The zoom functionality is not working at all. I can't zoom either in the nested scrollable box, like for the schedule, or on the outer, like schedule scrollable part where like the outer time slots and the like the default background area or whatever where you put schedules in. I can't zoom there. And then the other thing I'm noticing is that when I click inferred AM, tap to PM, um, and then tap to swap it, if I reload the page, it puts it back at AM, which tells me that it's not actually persisting the change. This is just like a server side, or like, sorry, like a local thing on the device. It's not actually persisting the swap in the data, which is obviously not correct. So yeah, we need to account for that. And by the way, there is an error message at the bottom of my phone screen here. It says React Native Gesture Handler Gesture Detector has received a child that may get view flattened. To prevent it from misbehaving, you need to wrap the child with a view collapse equals false. I don't know really what that has to do with that last change, but something you did has caused this error. And yeah, those are the fixes that we need to implement.
United States government has officially pulled the plug on Fable 5 and Mythos 5.
Not having all my monitors here really sucks.
Those 5. And
This is hilarious.
Will it work for me if I'm just starting? Actually, I think you have the greatest advantage of all.
Let's do 5 clicks to start off our new channel. And because we have 0 followers, so I'll do 5 to be nice. And that's 5. So to follow us on our journey, follow us so I can complete. Let's do 5 clicks to start off our new channel. And because we have 0 followers, so I'll do. Guys, today I cannot record. I'm at an Atlanta Braves game, and I've been preparing for this all weekend. I'll try it and blink more whenever I get back. Sorry. What's good, guys? Today I'm back with another video. We got these new mics, and sorry I couldn't record for a whole week. We had EOGs, retesting, vacation, stuff like that. But we got these new mics. Tell us how they sound. If they sound good. Put a 1 in the comment section if you want us. We will be telling. Put a 1 in the comment. What's good, guys? Today I'm back with another video. I'm so happy. I'm sorry, guys. Since I haven't been posting a lot and I only posted yesterday, I was thinking about my girlfriend. But yeah, you know, if you know, you know. Yeah, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get straight to the point today, so we can finish this like early and do stuff. So this is gonna be fun. That's how many followers we have if we divide. If we subtract that from that, you get this number, and if you divide that by 8, you get 355.2. So we're just gonna round it up to 356. That means we'll be doing 50, 100.
Can't be real. Okay, did it fix it? Okay, I can now scroll. Good. Scrollable functionality. Let's see if that persisted. There should be a third schedule now, which there is not. But did it update? If I reload. So it is still there, so it's doing something. So it's working. Yeah, that looks good. The one thing that's not quite working now is so when you zoom, it's like scrolling up while you zoom in and scrolling down while you zoom out. So like if I have my fingers say I can see the team meeting right in the middle of my screen. If I go to zoom to look at the team meeting, it scrolls up as I zoom in, so I can't even see the team meeting anymore. So basically the functionality needs to be like wherever I'm actually zooming, it zooms in there rather than scrolling up or scrolling down at the same time while I zoom in or out. Oh, I forgot to do this. Here we go. Where is my phone? How do we want to do this? Obviously this. That's fine. Okay, now you guys can see. Oh. Okay, that's better. It's just doing this weird, like, glitchy, jumpy thing where right when I start zooming, it, like, snaps the screen or something. It needs to just be, like, a smooth animation. Like, as I start zooming, it's just, like, a nice, smooth zoom. What's happening now is as I start to zoom in or out, the screen, like, glitches, like, up and down really quick and then goes back to being smooth after. It needs to be just smooth all the way through. And that happens on both directions, either zooming in or zooming out. Okay, it's persisting. Good. Turkey. Okay, that's good now. Mhm. It's alright. Okay, much better. Two final weird things. So when I zoom now, it's nice and smooth, but when I let go, the screen like flashes very briefly. And then when I zoom all the way in, like as much as I can, it's doing this weird thing where it's like scrolling all the way to the top of the schedule view, like so all the way up to 12 a.m. Rather than just like zooming to the minimum allowed zoom and then stopping there. You know what I mean? So if I'm zoomed out and I zoom in, if I keep zooming past the minimum zoom, it will just scroll like all the way up to the top of the screen. That's weird. Oh, I'm sure. Alright, let's doom scroll. Okay, better. The issue now is when I zoom in and let go, it scrolls all the way to the top of the screen, and then when I zoom out and stop, it also scrolls all the way to the top of the screen. I had that idea. It's a good idea. Okay, it works now. Okay, all that looks good. The last weird piece of functionality here is like, so when I'm zoomed out and the title, like the workout title or whatever, is at its maximum size. As I start to zoom out, sorry, yeah. So as I start to zoom out, meaning I make the box smaller, what happens is the workout title like flashes to like a smaller size rather than like on a continuous range, like getting smaller. And then eventually, as I zoom more and more out, as that like it keeps getting smaller and smaller up until a minimum point where it's like really small, which is like way too small. It should have like more of like a bounded minimum size. And then as I keep zooming out, it then starts going back in the opposite direction, back to its maximum size again. So the correct functionality should be more like it has its maximum size, right? Um, and then like we need to prioritize basically like the title and then the description below, like the 11 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. 45 minutes or whatever. Like um, that should be like the primary thing that the UI like respects in terms of like what you can see and its sizing and everything. And then it's only as you zoom more that you start to see the inferred AM tap for PM. Like right now, the way it works is like on the most zoomed out part, as soon as I start to zoom, it shows the inferred AM tap for PM and then makes the workout really small, like way too small. So what it should do is one, the workout size, if it is going to change, should change like on a continuous range from its minimum to maximum size as you zoom. Um, and um, yeah, and the inferred AM tap for PM shouldn't like force the title to get smaller. Like you should just see it when you see it, you know? Like you don't see it until you scroll enough, basically, or like zoom enough, you know? That's clean. Okay, much better. The last thing I want to do is on the bottom right of a schedule block, if there is more stuff filled below, like anything below that like 11 a.m. to 11:45 a.m., and you can't see it yet at like the current zoom position, there should be a button on the bottom right that says see details, and it's like a little arrow pointing down, and then when you tap it, it will expand to the minimum scroll distance in order to see the inferred AM tap for PM. And then this should expand naturally forward because like eventually we're gonna have more things in this little region here. Like there's basically like two regions going on right now. There's like the workout and the time start end plus duration region. That's like the first thing, and then there's like essentially a region below that where we're gonna fill in essentially more details about this block pertaining specifically to whatever this block is. Like in the future, there would be like a, you know, say this was like a gym workout, and for the fitness toolkit you had a workout there, you would be able to click that button right there and it would take you right to that actual scheduled workout block, for example. So basically what we need to implement now is a button, a see more details button. Like it should just say like see more. Yeah, see more, and an arrow down. You tap it, it expands. You see everything below the workout and the time start, time end, and duration. And then there's now a button in the bottom right that says see less with an arrow pointing up. You tap it, and then that zooms back out to the so it would zoom just to see the title and the time and duration. There's actually like dynamite in my right hand, I'm telling you. I can't get the same, like, it's just something, I have this like snap, like I'm effortlessly, like, it's just really poppy, like it's very sharp. The left is like, it's okay, but I can feel it. It's not, doesn't have the same type of, I think it's because I hurt my shoulder, my left shoulder when I was younger. There's just something about the twist. Like, I could just feel it. It just has this crazy pop to it. It's better. I'm trying to imitate the same pop feeling. It's like in the twist. I guess my right is more relaxed. It's like less effort, more power. It's quick. Very quick. Okay, that's good. The only problem now is if you don't press the see more button, when you scroll, the stuff below never shows up. You have to actually tap see more to see it. And the same thing, like when see less is there, I can't actually zoom like out. It won't even let me. So basically we need to restore the same like zoom in, zoom out functionality where like if you zoom in, it will appear once it fits, and if you zoom out, like it will go away once it doesn't fit. And then the see more, see less is just an additional thing where it's like if you tap see more, then it just like does it automatically without having to zoom in or out. So what it's actually doing right now, okay, I just noticed. So the see more is not working actually. What it's doing is it's expanding the size of the block, which is wrong. What it needs to do is zoom so it makes the block bigger without actually expanding the size of the block up to the point where the zoom is the same point that it would have been where that text below actually starts appearing. And then the rule is basically like as there becomes more and more entries, it needs to zoom to the point where the last thing in that entry is visible, so let's try implementing that. And then yeah, remember that zoom out doesn't work at all while see less is available. Like once I tap see more, I can't zoom out at all, so that's also not the correct function. I'm trying to think, should it lock the zoom? No, what it should do is as you zoom out and then once it goes away, the button should just turn back to see more, I think. So basically the rule is it says see more until it's at that zoom position where you can see the text below. Then the button switches to see less. Then you can still zoom back in, and then as soon as that bottom part disappears, the button switches back to see more. And that's basically the functionality. And then yeah, as there's more entries, the rule is see more would take you all the way to, the the minimum of the furthest zoom that you need in order to see everything that is given below. Okay, the zooming is working again, where if I keep zooming, once it shows up, the button swaps from see more to see less. But there's a few problems. So the inferred AM tap for PM is way too low now. Like I have to scroll very far in order to see it. It should be in the same place that it was before. Like it should basically be the same distance below the 11 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. 45 minutes text. The distance from that to the title should be the same distance from that, like the inferred AM tap for PM to the duration with the start and end times. That's the first problem. And then the major problem is when I tap see more, it's not actually going down far enough. I think it's because the inferred AM tap for PM is so low. So see more is not zooming enough essentially to see the thing. And then see less as of right now pretty much is not doing anything. And I think that's because the see more is not actually zooming far enough to even see the tap AM for PM. And then when I do tap see less, it does zoom out, but it's not. Sorry, it zooms out, but it's not quite enough. The see less is basically bringing it to a default position that's a little bit too, I guess, zoomed out. Sorry, zoomed in. The see less should basically zoom all the way out to the furthest you can zoom out, meaning you can just have enough size to fit the title and then the start, end time, and duration. So yeah, see less should bring it to that maximum zoom out. And then yeah, see more needs to zoom enough for inferred AM, tapper, PM to be visible. And then inferred AM, tapper, PM needs to be moved up basically. Much better. It's just taking too long now for inferred AM, tapper, PM to become visible. Like I have to scroll way more than what I would actually need to scroll previously in order to see inferred AM, tapper, PM. Like there's a ton of extra space below that in the edge of the scheduled block before it actually comes up. So yeah, we need to make it so it pops up faster. It is popping up at the right place now. It's just taking too long to pop up. The rule should basically be as soon as there's like enough room with like, I don't know, like a little bit of extra like space on the bottom, like the same space there is basically between workout and the top of the schedule block. So the title and the top of the block, as soon as there's enough like that same amount of space between the bottom of the block and the latest entry in either, like right now it's inferred AM, tapper, PM, but the latest entry in that section, as soon as it's that same amount of space from the last entry and the bottom of the schedule block, then it should immediately pop up and you should see it. And then yeah, so and then see more should essentially zoom up into that exact point, and then see less is working perfectly now. Sun, but it's just so like you can't see anything. Okay, perfect. Good. Okay, so the way I'm envisioning this lower section, like in the long term, like where it says inferred AM tap for PM, it's basically like gonna be essentially a list of relevant things, right? So one of those actually, as well as like whether it's a template or a one-off. So right now we have like in the top right it says one-off or template or whatever, depending on which type it is, and that's actually something that should live in this like details section below, like the see more section. So let's change this a bit. The first entry is gonna be whether or not it's a template, basically, and then the way we're going to structure it is going to be like if it's a template, it'll say that it's a template or something like that. And if it's not, since we're not doing anything with templates for now, so we'll worry about the template case later. But when it's not a template, that first entry in the list should say something along the lines of like, this is a one-off placement, like tap to make it a template or something like that. You know what I mean? So they can turn one-off things into templates if they want to. And then the second entry at this point should be inferred AM tap for PM. And basically it should say something like this was an inferred time. Yes, actually, no. Okay, so here's what it's gonna be. The first line is gonna be like the visual part of it, where it says like one off entry, right? And then there's gonna be like a button to the right of it that says like or shows an image of like a template, like some sort of visual representation of like this was like it's a template thing. And then there's a line below that visual line that has like instructions that says like tap the button to make this a template. You know what I mean? And then for this for the inferred AM PM, it'll say like that top line will say like inferred time, and then it'll show like the symbol on the right will be like something like AM PM, like flashing between AM and PM, something like that. And then the description line below will be like tap the button to swap between AM and PM, something like that. So basically the structure is there's two lines per like thing in the details section. The top line is like explaining what it's talking about, basically. And then on the right of it, like on like where that like in line, I guess, with where the see less thing is, like on line with the left side of the see less button, it'll have some sort of like animated symbol or whatever, kind of visualizing what tapping that button would do. And then the line below that is the description of like tap the button to accomplish this thing. So let's try implementing that. The two that we want to implement now is the one-off case versus it being a template, and then where the button functionality essentially will turn one-offs into a template, and then the other one will be for inferred time, and then it's AM to PM swapping, basically. This guy looks like the Green Goblin. Okay. Okay, let's make it so the animated buttons are always the same size. They need to be like a default square size, and we want to actually put them on the left, in line basically with where the text is right now, like exactly where the text is starting now. That's where the far most left side of the button should be. And these are basically going to function as like bullets, basically. So like the buttons will establish like the bullet structure of the list. So let's move that over. I also want to change the one off entry. The button should be, like, you know, the save button image on Instagram. It should be that, and then it basically the flashing is it goes from that to flashing to that, with a line through it. So it's like either like a non-colored in save button, like before you save it, the way that button looks, with like a line, like a diagonal line running through it, like crossing it out kind of thing. And then if you tap it, it would like the animation flickers between that and like the filled in saved button. Actually forget the diagonal line. It should just be like when it's flickering between like unsaved and saved, where it's like like an outline basically of the save button kind of shape on Instagram, and then it's flickering to like a filled in one, like showing if you tap it, like it'll save it, it fills it in kind of thing. And then yeah, AM PM. The animation is just a little weird right now, where when the P comes in, the A is still there. So let's make it so that overlap isn't like that. And then yeah, let's move it to the left. And then the other thing is when you tap the see more button, it's not actually zooming in quite enough right now. Basically, it needs to zoom in now. So the problem is it's zooming enough just to see the top line of the second entry, but it needs to zoom enough to see the description of the latest entry. So the line below that top line, the second line, and then it should have enough space between that second line and the bottom of the block such that it's the same as the distance from the top of the block to the title. My rock is gone. Where is my man's going? Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a lot cleaner. Need a little bit more space between them, probably. So it shouldn't wait until it's at the maximum size. It should just start showing it, you know? And then this is the one that does that. It should you just start seeing it immediately. Okay, very good. A few changes. So we need a bit more space in between each of the like entries in the list. It should be like roughly the same space between workout and the start and time duration. So the issue we're trying to avoid is basically they're not tapping the wrong button. So just a little bit more space in there. See less and see more are working perfectly. The other change we need to make is so as you zoom in right now, as you scroll, it doesn't actually show anything in that like that list until you get up until the maximum zoom, like the see more zoom basically, then it all pops in at once. It shouldn't function like that. It should be like as you start scrolling, it'll just start peeking through basically, like you should just see it immediately basically. Like it should appear is like immediately. Like it should always just stay at the position that it's at, and then as you zoom, like you just start seeing it. It shouldn't be like appear in and out only once it fits perfectly. It should just be placed where it's placed. It should never move or change in size from that place. um and yeah, it should just start, like as you scroll, it just essentially scrolls over top of it, and you just see more the more that you scroll. Or sorry, zoom, not scroll. Okay, that's very good. The only problem is that on the most zoomed out part, like in when you tap see less, so it brings you to the most zoomed out part, a little bit of the details thing is poking below, and it shouldn't be like that. Like on the see less, you should see nothing of what's below, so we need to move that lower section down a little bit. Yeah, make it so it's just below. Like as soon as you start zooming, you should just start seeing it, and while it's all the way zoomed out, you shouldn't see it at all. And then when you reload the page, let me just make sure that it starts at the most zoomed out version. Yeah, it does. Okay, so that's good. Very good. The final thing, so when you tap see more, it's scrolling up slightly. It should keep the top of the schedule block like anchored in the same position on the screen. When you tap see more, it shouldn't scroll up. The same kind of issue we had before when you would zoom in or out, it would scroll. Let me see if see less does the same thing. I think see less. Hold on. So yeah, see less is moving it down as well. So basically both of those buttons shouldn't scroll in either direction. It should just expand the zoom like in that exact position. Pretty good. Okay. So we need to think about what happens when you press this inferred time. Like it is persisting, so that's good. But we need some sort of like confirm mechanism. Like it shouldn't just say inferred time forever. Okay, I have an idea. Okay, so I'm just thinking about now how we're gonna handle inferred time and this AM PM swapping. So essentially the idea is like these types of like detailed things below should not show forever. They need to essentially be interacted with and then confirmed. So for example, the first thing we need to implement is say it's at 11 AM, you tap it swaps. What we need basically is a confirm button that should be visible like both before and after tapping any of these buttons. So essentially you can confirm the time before or after you make a swap. And it should basically be just like a check mark, like some sort of indicator, like some symbol that, like indicates like pressing this is going to like tap to confirm or something like that. Ideally, I would like to put this as far as we can to the right, I think, but it's going to conflict with see less. So I think what we need to do is bump down the see less, right? So when you zoom all the way out, see less should essentially, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out how we don't have see less conflict with this tap to confirm indicator. So I'll let you think about that and see what you come up with, and then we can tweak it from there. But the idea is basically like if you tap to confirm, it gets rid of the detailed thing. And obviously the only functionality right now would be for the inferred time. And this tap to confirm should have like a 5-second countdown timer or whatever. So like the idea is you should be able to like stop the countdown if you don't want it to actually go through or like reset it or whatever. So some sort of like play and pause button maybe. Like what I'm thinking is like there's a button that's basically like a check mark that you press it, that's the tap to confirm, and then it starts counting down within that button, indicating like that's when the confirmation will go through. And then once the countdown's happening, there's like a play pause button that you can tap to like stop the countdown, resume the countdown, and then like a reset button essentially to go back to like the before you click the confirm button state. There's essentially like not locking you into your initial tap decision. If you wanted to confirm it, you can like revert that essentially before the change goes through. And then we would have the same type of button for each of those things. So for one-off entry, template, whatever, it would be that as well. Obviously that button functionality is not hooked up yet because we're not worried about templates right now. We're just doing schedules. Like this one-off entry tap button, I don't think it even does anything right now, which is fine. But I do want to add like the confirm buttons just as like placeholders, whatever, to see how it looks. And then the other thing that we want to implement is the ability to tap a block and drag it to a new time, right? Like if something's anchored at say 11 p.m., I want to be able to tap it, hold it, and drag up and move it to say 10 p.m. or whatever. And then that would be a new type of detail below, and it's going to be called swap time. And the rule is if there was an inferred time and they do a swap time, like meaning they tap it and drag it manually, it will just get rid of inferred time entirely, and that would create a new entry that's called swapped time. And then we need some sort of new symbol that indicates like maybe like a finger tapping it, and it says like tap the block to drag it to a new time or whatever. And then there's also the same like tap to confirm button. So yeah, anytime you would move a block around, you would get that detail below. And then if there is an existing inferred time, this would override it and essentially replace that line, like get rid of the inferred time section, and then it becomes a new swapped time line that I just described. So let's implement all of that. I just kind of want to see if we can do all of this at once. I think it should be fine. I didn't initially plan on doing all this in one pass, but let's see. How's my rock possibly already gone? I just ruckin' got here. Catharby. Catharby. You go to Catharby. Ah. Hate that. I don't like the way the see more, see less conflicts. Let's move the see more, see less button to the top right, like at the same height of like workout, like the title, and just leave it there. And then yeah, it shouldn't have this weird overlap thing. And then I'll test the rest of the functionality that you just implemented after that change. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hmm. Join my jam, man. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Now let's move the check mark button all the way to the right, and instead of the outline being a box, it should be a circle, and it should be like a circling animation, and then the check mark inside should be like flashing kind of thing, like from like there to not there kind of thing, like indicating like click this, something along those lines. Yeah, try that, and then if that's too much going on, the change that we would make would be instead of the circle also like circulating like in some sort of animation, we would just make it like the flat gray circle, and keep the check mark flashing, I think. Actually, maybe we'd do it the opposite. Maybe it would be the check mark doesn't flash and then it's the circle, so then the button's like a little bit different from the ones on the left. But yeah, anyways, just try that, implement it, let's see how it looks. So it should, the lining should be all the way to the right, such that the far right side of the check mark button is in line with the far right side of the see less, see more button. Seduction. 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 Yeah. Funny. Funny. Yeah, it's the new setup. You like it? Do you like it? Figured I didn't need to work there anymore. I don't know. Nobody seems to want to show up to work, so what's the point of being there? Yeah, because that stuff's good. Okay, let's change that a bit. Okay, let's it's a bit unclear what this means right now. We need like an explicit like where it says like confirm basically, or like tap to confirm. So I think the best way to do this in the simplest way is basically we're gonna have like it'll just be a box, right? Like a rounded corner box like it is on the left, but it's gonna be split into two parts. So there's like a line that runs horizontal, like 20% down from the top of the box, and then on the top split it'll say like confirm, and then on the bottom split it'll be the flashing check mark, and it shouldn't have the circle on the outside. It should literally just be a flashing check mark, and then above says confirm, and that's it. And I think the text should be all caps and white, and yeah, then the flashing check mark should be blue. And then let's make the overall size of that button the same size as the buttons on the left, I think, in terms of height, but then maybe make it a little bit wider, because in order to fit confirm, it's probably going to need to be a little bit wider, something along those lines. Yeah, that's my initial thought, something like that. Is that not how you prompt UI, be honest? How do you do it? Can you teach me? Please teach me. Please teach me. Oh. That does make more sense. That does actually make more sense. What am I hearing? I'm smashing. Not in my jam, am I not? Have to be. It won't even let me am I in this jam? What the fuck? This thing is mental. Join. It's just not playing. Oh, strip silence. Is this it? Strip silence. Are we good? Are we jamming? Jamming. We're okay, now we're jamming. Now we're jamming. Okay, that's redundant. I'm gonna change now. Just noticed. Remove the horizontal line separating confirm and the check mark, and then make confirm a little bit bigger. And then the other change I want you to make, so on the top where it says like today and then Saturday, June 13, it's a bit redundant right now. Like once you get to Monday, it says like Monday, and then again below it, it says Monday, June 15. So it only makes sense for the yesterday, today, and tomorrow case, because it's not like repeating the date. Yeah, I'm not sure how to handle this. It's just a little bit redundant. when you get to like when it says Monday and then again it says Monday, June 15. So yeah, let me know what you think about how we can maybe make that a little bit better. Dude, I literally never have problems. Ever. Like literally never. Like there's literally I couldn't even tell you the last time I was trying to do something and it didn't work. It's totally fine. One-shotting everything, man. Yeah, I made it too big. And there's like I don't know if I like that. Okay, so it made confirm too big, and it's also clipping with the check mark. Like the check mark is sitting on top of it, and it's cutting off like the bottom of where it says confirm. So we need to make sure confirm sits nicely inside of this box, and then also it's not getting clipped with the check mark. I think actually a better way to do this is so what we're gonna do instead is we're just gonna have remove the check mark entirely. It's just gonna say confirm and it flashes essentially in blue. Right? Like from white to blue, it'll flash. Or maybe from like yeah, just from white to blue it'll flash. And then once you tap it, that is when it becomes the flashing check mark. Actually, no, it wouldn't become a flashing check mark. We can simplify this. So it's just confirm flashing between blue and white. And then when you press it, that becomes the play pause button. And then there's just a reset button essentially to the left of it, which would then revert it to the initial state of just being the confirm button. Let's try that. The only potential problem I see is that the button sizes are going to be different because confirm is a lot wider of a button than like a play or pause. So you know what? Let's just make it the check mark that flashes. That becomes the play. I don't like this. I'm not sure how I want to do this. Yeah, I've done this like fucking a million times already. I know, trust me, I know. Not sure how I want it to look. Okay, I got it. Okay, so we're gonna change the text below to say tap to make this a template or tap to confirm. So it's essentially implying like that there's two buttons, right? Like change the text so that it implies that there's two buttons, and then we can simplify this. So we're gonna put the button on the right back to just being the flashing check mark at the same size of the buttons on the left with no confirm text, and then the play, pause, reset button is after. And remember, play and pause is essentially one button that spawns in just to the left after you press tap to confirm. And then the reset button would be one more slot, I guess, to the left of the play pause button. And then what we want to do is it's just going to be a gray outer box while the blue check mark is flashing and you haven't tapped confirm. Once you tap it, then that blue animation will start spinning around it while the play pause button, like while play is active, when you press pause, it would stop it from spinning, and then reset would essentially take it away and put it back to just the initial state. Okay, that's the one. Oh, really? That's weird. That's strange. That's peculiar. It's suspicious. Why is this taking so long? Do not make me say that again. It's gonna make me say it again. Okay, it's not good. Check out my fire cape. Yeah. Very good. Okay, that's good. Let's make it so that once you press the check mark, once you press the check mark, the animation becomes the circle with the blue circulating around it, and then a countdown starting from 5, and then when you press pause, it would just stop it like at that time, and then it would keep the circle spinning where it is. It doesn't remove it, and then when you press play, it just continues from wherever it is. And then what we also need to do is when you press the reset button, it should sync the flashing up with like whatever else is already flashing. You know what I mean? So we need to like impose like synchronicity of the flashing on the check marks. This looks pretty good, I think. What do you think? The idea is like, for example, say you have a gym block. Here, this will show you like that you have like a workout associated with that gym block, and you can like tap it and it'll take you to the fitness toolkit and like show you your workout right from here. That's the idea with this. It's like details about the block, basically. And it'll interact with like toolkits and stuff. Okay, good. So what's gonna happen if I do this? Okay, good. And then if I swap, will it save? So it keeps it as it is. Okay, perfect. So the next change to make is as soon as the inferred time button is tapped once, meaning like say it got inferred as AM and then they tapped to swap to PM, it immediately would remove the inference and then it would indicate a swap time. Because it's no longer inferred, it's now swapped. So we need to make that change as well. So essentially, it should only ever show inferred the first time it's inferred and before they've ever moved it. After that, it should always show swapped if it ever gets moved from that point forward. Yes, Oh my god, look at this. That's kind of hilarious. Jokes. Well, let me put it at 9:05 now. Okay, everything looks good. What we need to do is for the ability to tap and drag it, it's showing like a bunch of decimals right now, like there's like 10 decimals after the number of minutes. It's like 9:15.04629, like, you know what I mean? We should basically make it so it can only move in like a minimum of 5 minute structure. So like every 5 minutes it would anchor at like a different thing. So like it can either be at 9 p.m., 9:05, 9:10, 9:15, and it kind of jumps between those as you slide. Actually, no, it should be you can move it freely like this, but it will indicate like it should be the nice smooth animation. It actually looks really nice how it is right now, but the time that it displays should be the one that it's gonna snap to when you let go. So like if you're at 9 like 03 or whatever, that would round up to 9:05. So it would display 9:05. So like if you're at 9, and then I guess we'll just treat the middle case like 9:250 or 9:02 and 30 seconds or whatever. That would round up. So we'll just round up, and then yeah, let's do it like that. So it just displays the rounded time, either down if it's below the half point or up if it's at or above the half point. And then we'll allow for 5 minute increments, and let's keep this nice smooth animation. Okay, now let's add the ability to make the block like longer, shorter from both the start and end time. So I should be able to tap like a little indicator button in the middle. Like there should be a button somewhere. Like if I grab at the edge there in the middle, just like a little blue dash maybe right in the middle at the top and bottom. Or if I click it and drag up, it'll extend the block like upwards, and then if I do it at the bottom, it'll extend it downwards. So I should be able to extend the duration essentially this way, either from the start time being shifted up or down, or the end time being shifted up or down. So this is like a manual tap to touch adjustment, basically. What the hell? Up. What is that? What is that? What actually is that? Could miss it. Could miss it. You could miss it. You literally could miss it. How do you think this looks? What? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. True. Here, let me do this. Whatever. You can basically fucking do that. You can do this, do that. Do you see it better now or no? It should be good now, right? That's good, right? I think it's render erroring. It's render erroring bad. Somebody call the fucking stack, man. Somebody call the fucking stack. Please, somebody call the stack. Let's put this like. Just gonna go here for now. Okay. No, not that. It's the idea, but okay, two things. So what I meant by the blue being at the top and bottom is like in that little gray border that goes around, there should just be like a little section of it that's blue, basically. Like a tiny little section, not like a new little sub button inside of the actual box. It should just be a part of the border, basically, like a tiny little section. And then the new thing that it broke is if you drag the box down, I'm not sure if you scrolled it up, if it would do the same thing, but when you drag it down, it's not keeping the one-off entry in the right spot, basically. Like the detailed stuff below. So as I keep dragging down, it pulls down the details below with it, so that needs to not happen. So basically, as you drag down, it needs to keep the details in the same spot. Like as I drag, it's good, it's there, but then as soon as I let go, that's when it pulls it down, and then I can't see it anymore until I press see more, And then yeah, it's not quite working right anymore. So let's fix that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Literally, what are we gonna do? Yeah, just shut it off. I didn't want more. Just shut it down. Okay, thanks for coming, guys. See you guys next year. 11 p.m. Sorry, gotta go. Thanks, guys. Heavy. Coming in heavy. Ooh, it's working. You can't have it like me. I can't even tell you like how much better this is gonna be than like the way scheduling shit works now. Like even if we didn't do any of the coaching fitness shit, like just as a scheduler, it's like infinitely better. I'm coming in heavy. I'm coming in heavy. Hold this, I'm coming in heavy. Hold on. Hold on, you're not heavy like me. You are not heavy like me. Okay, that's fine. I'll accept this for now. Okay, nice. Okay, so that's still not right. I'm a robot. Okay, the top and bottom buttons look better, but when I drag down and let go, it's still doing the thing where it pulls the detailed section below, like one-off entry, swap time, that's getting pulled down. The other minor change I want to make is I want to make the button for swap time be a clock that flashes. It should be some sort of like flashing between like a full version and then like a less full version, the way like the template flashes in and out, like the save template thing for one-off entry. Make it a clock that flashes in a similar way. And then yeah, let's make it so when I drag down and let go, it's pulling everything down. When I drag up and let go, it seems to be working, like it's staying with it as I drag up. Yeah, but basically we just need to have it fixed. Like the one-off entry and swap time should never move, regardless of whether I drag up or down from either the top or bottom scroll. And it is doing it on the top as well, by the way. Like when I drag at the top and move the start time up, it pulls the one-off entry and swap time down as well. What? I'm a robot. Where? Here? My rock, man. My rock is gone. Oh, Garrett. Oh yeah, let's just go Brimhaven. Is this the quickest way? I don't even know. Yama. Head Shama Yama Lama Dama Ding Dong. What's the quickest way to a dock on an Ironman? Or just in general?
Me no no.
Oh, you fucking stupid bitch. I mean, I have no rings of dueling. That could be possible. On a maxed Ironman, by the way. No rings of dueling. Oh, I have it in my house. That's why I don't. Alright. I'm very hungry. This can't be the quickest way to get here. I think I trolled. I think it is, actually. Isn't there a spirit tree here or something? You can put a spirit tree here. That's what it is. I might actually have one here. Not sure. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. This should. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so it's doing weird things. Okay, that's all working good now. The only problem is once you've like made the top or bottom bigger, like you've adjusted the start or end duration, essentially like making the block bigger. See more and see less doesn't work, which actually makes sense because essentially it's not zooming with the increase in duration. So I think that the easiest fix to this is when you drag a block, like drag the time down or up, it probably has to like zoom with it or something, or else we need to figure out another way to implement the functionality of see more and see less. Ideally, to be honest, I would rather actually change probably the functionality of see more and see less to work properly once the top and bottom has adjusted. But the issue is definitely because the size of the box is different. So see less and see more, like that fixed variable that it was set to expand and contract to is no longer the same once the block size changes. So the see more and see less essentially needs to adapt to the new size of the block following the drag, something like that. But then the problem is now when I zoom out to the maximum distance, the block, like when I tap, yeah, actually I was right already, yeah. So essentially see less and see more needs to adjust to the new size of the block at that zoom position, and then when you press see more, see less, it will change the size of the block as it should. So see less would revert back to like the smallest state to just see the title and then the time, and then see more would zoom just enough to see the full set of details. And then the one other change I want to make, I think, is actually that's it for now. Let's just leave it at that. Bum, bum. I know why it's not working. It's actually very hard to make it work as I want it to work. I don't even know if it's possible. I need to think of a clever solution for this because I don't think it will work. I know what to do, I think. Okay, that didn't work. So now when you pull the block up or down, it's doing the same thing where the one-off entry or swap time is getting pulled down with it. And it's also zooming in. So I think we need to rethink about how this works a little bit. So first and foremost, when you drag the box up and down, it should not scroll at all. Sorry, it shouldn't zoom at all. I think what the problem is the zoom is getting changed when you drag the top of the box up or down, and that's why the see less, see more is breaking. So let's revert this one change, like before you make any further changes from where we are, go back one prompt to where we had it. And then from that state, once you reverted, then all I want you to do is basically make it so that when you drag the bottom or top of the block, it doesn't zoom in. When I make it smaller, it doesn't seem to be zooming out, but when I drag down, it is zooming in, which it should not do. Bah. 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 Check this shit out. Michael Lambar. Tower gummies. I'm literally gonna Michael Lambar all over the place. Let's see. I see what it's doing. Okay, see more is pretty much functioning correctly now. The only thing that see more is not doing right is it's going down like it's zooming enough so that you can see below that first line of text for the description of like what happens when you press the buttons. But in this case where it's swap time, there's actually 2 lines of those text because it's too long to fit in one line, and it's probably coded right now such that it zooms enough just to see the one line, but in the case where there's 2 lines, you can't see both of them. So it basically needs to know that if the text is longer than one line or the second line or whatever, basically it needs to zoom enough so that you see the entirety of that description text on the lowest entry. And then see less is definitely not working properly. And I think the easiest way to fix this is basically see less basically always does the same thing, right? Like at whatever the zoom is at that point, actually I think it's independent of zoom because the size of the title and the start time and end and duration never change. See less's job is basically to bring it back to that size. Right, so like no matter where it is, it should always just return it to that point. Like what it's doing right now is kind of picking like kind of a random spot and going there. So yeah, let's try that. Michael Lambar. Michael Lambar. Puke up my sour keys. Seriously, I could puke up sour keys right now. The thing is, I could puke up a sour key. You know what I mean? Like I could pick one up. Just ripping sour keys before the game. Need some energy. Mm. Oh, sour keys are actually really good. Like really good. Just about time for our post, James. No chance. This is really gay. True. Trade with James. Ha. Trade with James. Yeah, I'm literally an AI vampire. Getting that tatted on me, by the way. AI vamp. Okay, that's all good. See more is not functioning totally correctly. Like, yeah, so the see more button needs to basically go away. This is the problem. Okay. So, oh, so it did actually. Oh no, it's drag. Okay, I see. Okay, a few more problems. So right now, the way see more works is when the block, like the way see more functions, like while you zoom in, is it goes away once everything is visible, right? Then it becomes see less. When you're not zooming, but you're dragging the duration of the block, it goes away while I'm scrolling down once it becomes fully visible, but then once I let go, it swaps back to see more. So that's definitely doing something weird. And then furthermore, when I go tap see more at that point, it's like further expanding the box. And then when I press see less, it's reverting it basically back, I think, to that same spot, but then it's shoving the details down. So that's the first problem. And then for see less, let me see how this is working. So if I make the box bigger, because there's no, like, it swaps to see more, and then the see more back to see less functionality is already broken, so it's actually impossible for me to test see less at all once I do any sort of dragging, because it's always gonna say see more. So let me see what happens if I don't pass the duration, like the length where it should swap from see more to see less as I make it longer. So it stays as see more, I tap see more, and then it's expanding now too far with see more. So basically what it's getting wrong is like once the duration has changed and the block size is different, it basically doesn't know how see more and see less are supposed to work. And then it stops working. Like so I see exactly what's going on. So see less and see more are basically expanding by a fixed size all the time, but that is not the way it actually works. Like see less needs to expand more depending on the new block size, right? And then once you change the zoom, I'm not sure, would that size be different at that point? I'm actually not sure. But anyways, that's basically what's going on, and that's not what's not working as of now. Yeah, trade with Appa. Appa, can I have like 100k so I can put it in AMD? Please. Appa. It's fine. It's good for the business. Best case scenario is he makes money from it. Now we have access to more money. Worst case scenario is he develops a skill and it will transfer into what we're doing. Blossom. Okay, what's Blossom? Blossom. Social investing. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, keep trading. No, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna post my portfolio and share it with everyone. That's what I'm gonna do. No, like seriously, that's literally exactly what I am gonna do. No, sure, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not even joking. That's what I'm gonna do. Relax to the beat. Superman punch jab. That's weird. Switch. Doesn't make sense. How would this work? Doesn't make sense. Oh, I see. You fake the left, you do the right. You go. I want to fight. Once we get rich, I'm going back to Thailand. 2-month camp. Fight. and then leave. That's the plan. Get rich, get eye surgery, go to Thailand for 2 months, train, fight. Next chapter. Has to happen. Oh, I know why it's not working. I see why. I totally understand now why it wasn't working. It's because it was on the maximum zoom. So once you do this, C less is supposed to zoom out and make it smaller. But it can't. I see. Okay, so that is actually how it should function. And then C more, C less in this case basically just brings it back. But if I was zoomed in like this, then C less actually can zoom out to this minimum zoom. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because it's zooming. But when I do this, when I click C less, it can't zoom anymore. So the rule is basically if you're on... Okay, I see. So you actually need 2 buttons. Okay, I'm realizing what's going on now. The reason the C more, C less isn't working properly is because we're on the maximum zoom. Or like zoomed out as far as you can, and then when you drag the box down, like to extend the duration, and then you tap C less, it can't zoom out anymore. So all it's doing is removing the details, but that's not actually the functionality we want. So we basically need 2 buttons. Instead of see more, there should basically be 2 buttons. One of them should say like details, and then one of them should be like expand to full view. The expand button will essentially go to the most zoomed out position. The most zoomed out position up to this minimum point that we have right now. So you see the title and then the time and duration. And then the expand side of things, like when it zooms in, should go to the like the way See More was functioning before, where it would zoom enough just to see all of the details. And then basically when you do expand like that, it will also pull up and show the inner details. So when you tap to expand, it zooms in and it shows it. And then the other button, like show high details, is how you manually toggle on and off seeing it, and that doesn't actually affect the zoom. So basically expand has two things it's doing, that button. It'll either zoom to the furthest most point, like it'll zoom in enough so that you can see all of the details, or it will zoom out to the minimum zoom. Then the toggle on and off just either shows you or takes away all of the details. And then, yeah, when you click expand and it zooms in, it always toggles it such that like you can see the details. Like when you press the first time, that time to expand. So anytime you go from less expanded to more expanded, it will it will always show the details, and then you have to manually toggle off. So this might be a little bit messy in the code base right now, so let's clear up any of the old stuff that we have going on to support the functionality we're trying to design, and essentially redesign this functionality from scratch. Yeah, keep all of the same logic and functionality, but just do it this way, because I think it should be a lot simpler now. I actually figured it out. I know why it wasn't. It's my fault why it wasn't working. Because I was basically trying to tell it to do something that would contradict what I already told it to do. It's impossible. Like a lot of the times when you give it prompts and it's like you're losing your mind, it's not working. It's literally because you're telling it to do something that would break something else that you told it to do. I get it now. What it was trying, so what it's doing now, you can see when I tap this, it's basically like when I make this bigger. Oh, I think it's already, I can't show you now. It's already changed it. Like this, because it can't zoom anymore, so it knows that it can't zoom, so it's just hiding it. So it's putting the functionality of 2 buttons in one, but not really doing it right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's not an AI is retarded issue, it's a we're retarded issue. It's okay. The more types of things like this that you encounter, the next time you do something similar, you'll remember it and you'll be like, oh yeah, that won't work. No way I'm AFK, right? I am. Good. Good XC. Genius post yet? Oh. Must be trading. Okay. Okay. Way better. Okay, it's not perfect, but this is the idea, yeah. Okay, that's much better. A few things. So first we have a little bit of clipping. Like the details section is too high. It needs to be moved down a bit. Like at the most zoomed out position, I can still see a little bit of it. So we had this issue before, so that needs to be moved down a bit. And then so expand at the neutral position, and so it should, by the way, after it expands, it should switch to say collapse, like expand, collapse, expand, collapse. So that's working functionally at the neutral position. The details should be automatically off when it's in the most collapsed position. And then when you click expand, it activates the details correctly. Then I can toggle it on and off. But basically, details should always just be off when it's fully collapsed. And then if I, so let me test the other functionality. So if I drag the bottom of the block down, if I click expand, it is correctly going to the right size now. And when I click collapse though, it's bringing me back to, instead of the most zoomed out, smallest size, actually no, that it is functioning correctly now. Yeah, you would be able to see this little bit, so that's totally correct. And then, yeah, you know what, no, so make the details so its default is always on, actually, so then even when it's collapsed to the point, like at the maximum zoom out, you can still see the little bit that's showing as the default. And then, yeah, tap to expand, make sure that details is on, which it is, then you can toggle on and off, that's good. So yeah, there's some weird thing going on at the bottom where even when details is off, like when I turn details on and it's expanded, it looks fine. But when I click details off, it's almost like it's moving it down to hide it beneath the box. But it's like just peeking through, something like that. So yeah, that's everything. Something that makes no decisions. Has no choices. I rock. Rocky Balboa. Therapy. Oh, that's the wrong world. Ba, 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 ba. It's close. Okay, a couple more things. So on the most zoomed out view, I can still see a little bit of the details section poking up, like at the bottom edge of the scheduled block. If I tap details and toggle it off, it goes away. So it's definitely just a little bit too high. The other problem is when I scroll down now, it's pulling down the one-off entry and the swap time with it. But once I pass the bottom of swap time, then it correctly like puts it back in the right spot. So those are two issues. One other thing is if I scroll past the total duration, or sorry, if I extend the box to be bigger than where the bottom of, like, basically the area of the block is bigger than the total space needed to fit all the details. So once it's bigger and I'm on the most zoomed out position, correctly so, the expand and collapse button shouldn't do anything, right? Because it can't zoom out anymore. What it's not doing though is switching the expand to collapse, right? And then the reason it needs to do that is because now if I zoom in more, right? Like if I zoom in now the box is really big. The collapse button should actually pull that, like zoom it back out. You know what I mean? To the smallest possible size that it can be at the most zoomed out point. Does that make sense? So basically it's like collapse will make it the smallest that it can at the most zoomed out level, and then expand basically makes it the smallest that it can be to see all of the details at the current zoom level. That's basically the idea. It's close. It's close. Let me go warm some food up. Oh, hold on. Let's test it before we go. Let's squeeze in another prompt here. Okay, I'm going to attach two images for reference. There's basically a small set of issues still going on. So first, there's still that little bit of peeking through on the bottom from the details section when we're on the most zoomed out. That'll be the one of the two screenshots. And then the other problem is, so when you extend the box down, like by changing the duration, it's not keeping the one-off entry and swap time thing anchored in the right position. It's pulling it down with the box. And then furthermore, when you click collapse, it keeps it there as well. So it's only functioning correctly once you've dragged the box past essentially the end of where the swap time explanation text is. Then expand and collapse work at that point. Basically, collapse doesn't do anything because you can't zoom out anymore. But then if I were to zoom in and click collapse, it does work properly. So I think that's the remaining set of issues. Okay. Bud. Oh, did my phone stop? It did. Smart. I'm not very good at this going to get food thing, am I? Why is it fucking doing this? Okay, that just did something weird. So now what it's doing is when I drag the bottom part of the duration down, if it doesn't exceed where the last details entry is, it will basically, on the UI, it's showing as if nothing happened. Like it's keeping that like without the duration change, but the button actually lives where I let go, and I have to grab from there to drag down, and then once I pass the end of the swap time details entry and let go, then it's correct. And also for some reason the details section is still peeking through on the most zoomed out. Not sure why. I think it's because we just need to make, you know what, it might just be because it's not zoomed out enough. Like, let's maybe just increase the amount it can be zoomed out, like, a little bit more. And that should hide it, I think. It's either that or we have to move it down. Like, the one-off entry has to move down lower, the whole details section. So, yeah, do either one of those two to try to fix that one. Okay. There. Okay, that's better. So now 2 minor changes. I want you to make the new default, like, zoomed out position, the new maximum zoom out. And then I want you to move up the 11 a.m. to 11:45 a.m., 45 minutes line up a little bit without changing the where the one-off entry is. Like the details section below. And still the major remaining issue is when I make the block longer by extending the duration, it's not showing me the details section until I get past the full length. Quite simply, all it should do is basically like scrolling down, right? Like not scrolling down, like making the block longer is just exposing the one-off entry and swap time thing, and that's literally it. Like I don't know why it's like hiding and coming in and out. And yeah, that's literally it. And then collapse and expand, I think, are working correctly now. Yeah, collapse and expand are fine. And yeah, the only thing it's not doing is handling it correctly when you drag the duration of the block down. And then when I drag up, it does work properly. So making the block longer by making the start time go earlier, that actually is working correctly. It's just for some reason when I drag down until I pass the full details section, it doesn't seem to work. Oh, wait, maybe now is it? Hold on. Oh, now it is working, apparently. What the fuck? Okay, this is retarded. Now it's not working. What? Okay, it's getting a little bit unpredictable at this point. Like it works sometimes, doesn't work other times. It's hard to explain all the different types of errors that are going on. So let's try just building this from the ground up very simply and see if we can just get it to go from there. So here's what we want, basically. There should be a title in the top left. There should be the start time and end time and the duration in a line below that. It should be a nice little bit of amount of spacing so you can see the title separate from that. The top line should be a nice white title, all caps, and then below it should be all lowercase and like a grayer, more subtle text. The way it is now. Then what we want is the furthest left side to be highlighted in blue when it's a full valid completed block entry, and then it would be orange when it's not. Like for example, an anchor stub or whatever. And then we want the rest of the outline of the box to be gray as it is now. And then right in the middle at the top and bottom edges of at the start and end time of each block, there should be a little blue kind of horizontal line as there is now that lets us drag up and down to either change the start or end time. And then on the top right, we want two buttons, one that says expand with an arrow pointing down, and then once that button gets pressed, and it is in the expanded view, it would switch to collapse with an arrow pointing up. And then a toggleable details button, where when it's toggled on, it should be highlighted in blue, and it shows the full details panel below, and then when you press it again, it hides it. The functionality should be as such. So the maximum zoom out of a schedule, like of the schedule page, should be the default. So it always, when you load the schedule page, is at the maximum zoom out. And it should be zoomed out enough such that all you see is the title and the time thing below, as well as the two buttons on the top right, the blue bar, and then the two blue buttons in the middle, as well as the gray outline. It shouldn't show any details, anything like that. It should have symmetrical spacing above, the distance between above the title to the top block should be the same as the distance from the time and duration to the bottom edge of the block. Then the functionality of the expand button is basically anytime you click expand, and it should only show expand when the essentially the entirety of the details section is not shown. When you click expand, it should expand to the point just so you can see everything that is included in the details section up until and including the totality of the description text below the latest entry. The distance from the bottom of the schedule block to that lowest line should be the same as the distance from the title to the top, like the start time. And then when it is in this expanded view, the button switches to collapse. When you click collapse, the functionality should be, it should essentially zoom out to the maximum zoom out and return you to that initial position. Details should simply either show or hide the details box below. And then the functionality of extending the duration, like by adjusting the start or end time, as you scroll down, it should expose the details section. And if you let go, say halfway through without like extending the duration far enough to pass the total distance needed to extend past the full detail section, it should still show it. It should just kind of like only show you as much as you've scrolled past. It shouldn't like try to hide it or move it or anything like that. And then basically the way the expand button interacts with this is once you've extended the duration past to where the lowest point of the details section is, that expand button would switch to collapse, and then collapse would have the same functionality. Essentially, in this case, it would bring it to the most zoomed out position it can be for that block size, because now the block is obviously bigger because you've extended the duration. And then the upside of it, like where you adjust the start time, should function the exact same way as end time. Take a look at what we have now. It's kind of functioning right, but not totally. See if you can fix it. Okay, let's see. No, it's not regressing. It's actually very close. It's just like a little inconsistent. Like sometimes when I do this, like there it works, and then sometimes it like it just doesn't. Like there, that time it didn't. It's like if I scroll too fast or like if I drag too fast or something. It's like, oh, no, now it works. Like it's like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm gonna put this on the higher model and just see if we can figure it out. Like it's working. It's just inconsistent. Like that time there, like we just decided not to work this time. Mm. Hold up. Uh-huh. Hmm. Very LARPy, very good. Uh-huh. Here. You. You, Hmm. Rabbit hole. What did I just bop? Hmm? Oh god. Oh god. Someone said, motherfucker, someone said. Motherfucker, someone said. It's gonna one-shot this shit. Opus. I believe in you, buddy. Right? Dude, this sun. I cannot see anything. Like, truly, I cannot see anything. Okay, I think it's done. Let's see. Is this up here? You have fucking vision here? Are we in Fog of War? No, we're good. Okay. So far, it's amazing. Expand, collapse. This is why you buy the max plan and you use the more expensive models. Because it actually does it in one attempt. Correct, correct, correct. It's perfect. The only thing is that it moved workout down, but that's fine. That's an easy fix. So if we go like this, yeah, other than that though, it's literally perfect. It's only doing one very minor thing wrong. Collapse is essentially okay, almost perfect. The only two minor things that I'm noticing is collapse is not totally working properly. Like, let's say I extend the schedule block to be bigger than the size of like the full details thing and everything. When I click collapse, it's essentially what it's doing is like hiding, like it is collapsing it, but it's also moving the workout button down at the same time. So I think I see what you have done here. So I think the collapse and expand is actually working properly now. And now that it is, we don't need this separate details button because it's like quite literally doing the same thing. But the other issue is you're essentially always centering whatever is inside of the block. So like the workout time duration and then the details section is basically centered in the schedule block rather than keeping the workout anchored at the top. You know what I mean? So I think basically you keep that always anchored at the top and instead of always centering it. And then the other change, I think we can actually collapse the entirety of the functionality of details and expand into one button now that you have it wired up correctly. The only thing I can think of is the reason to keep two buttons still would be, for example, like when it's expanded like halfway down the details section, if you toggle the details, you would maybe want to like hide it there. But if you collapse it all into one button, you wouldn't be able to do that because the actually no, you would be able to. Yeah, you could just the button would, instead of being expand collapse, it would literally just be see more, see less. And then the functionality is basically exactly what it is now, just all collapsed into one button. I think it should be possible. I'm just trying to think. No, so not quite actually. You do need the two buttons still. So the functionality of expanding collapse is either to bring it back to its minimum possible size based on the duration, and then details is essentially to either show or hide the details. And then the default is whenever you click expand, details is always showed. And on the most collapsed state, details always starts toggled until they manually turn it off, basically. So let's leave it exactly like that, and then just keep. I can make this way shorter now. Hold on. Okay, pretty much perfectly. We just have a little bit of conflation between what expand and collapse does and details, and then one other minor issue. So when I extend the duration down, and then like now I can see the what's it called? The details. All the collapse function should do is essentially zoom out as far as possible and show whatever is visible at that max zoom. What it's doing right now is when you click collapse, it's hiding the details section, which is actually the functionality of the details button. Like only details should toggle details on and off, and that's literally it. Details, the default should be on. It only ever goes off if they click off. It only ever goes back on if they click back on. And then all expand and collapse does is essentially adjust the zoom so you can see the entirety of the full details section. And then the one other issue we have right now is as you adjust the size of the block, you're basically keeping the workout, like the title, like the whole section of information basically from workout all the way down, like the title all the way down to the details. You're keeping it centered in the schedule block rather than keeping it anchored at the top. So let's implement those two fixes. Other than that, it looks good. The only other thing I'm noticing is that you can drag it so that the duration can become smaller than like the size of the minimum, like the maxed out zoom, the minimum size. Like I can drag it down to a 5-minute block, but the smallest it only ever actually is about like a 50-minute block or something. So basically what we need to allow for is this upper section, including the title, the timestamp for start, end, and duration, and then the details and expand. That basically needs to get smaller as the block gets shrunk past this size. And then on the other direction, as you make the block bigger, it's just we'll use the current size that it is now as the maximum that it can be. So basically it gets smaller all the way up until the smallest it needs to be to fit within 5 minutes. And then, yeah, as it gets bigger, this is the maximum it should ever be. LARPy, LARP, LARP, LARP. Hmm. I just thought of a really good idea for the app. An ad. You do this, you swipe, and then you get to. It shows the app now or something. Mhm. Ew. Ew, warehouse. Mm. King Kong, King Kong. Kong Kong, King Kong, King Kong, King Kong. Gong, gong, ging, 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 gong, ging, gong. Okay. Let's see. Good. Drag. Expand. Collapse. Details. Good fucking shit. Let this be a lesson as to why you use fucking what the fuck's it called? Better models. Save you so much time. So good. Kong kong king 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 kong king kong. Perfect. The final thing I want you to do is once the collapse button essentially becomes non-functional because it's already at like the maximum zoom. If it's ever in the scenario where it's both at max zoom and the button says collapse, it should, instead of having the collapse button, it should switch to something that says like max zoom or something like that. And then as soon as you like zoomed in more, collapse would come back, or if you like shorten the duration, then expand would come. If you expanded the duration, then collapse would come. That type of thing. Gong gong king 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 gong king gong. And then the final thing is, let's see how it does the really small block. Oh god. That's what it is, I guess. You can just zoom in. Yep. That's what it is. Yep, that's good. It just is what it is. Figure it out. Yeah, figure it out. Be a good boy and figure it out. So for that type of UI fix, I'm curious what the usage would be. I think it's very small. Yeah, it is. It's very, very small. So I think the meta is like like really the meta is you have a max plan. That's really the meta, and you never use auto ever, unless it's like a really simple thing. And then I think like you can try auto, and if it's getting it right, then great, it got it right. As soon as it fucks it up like twice, like you just switch to fucking Opus, and you're like fuck you, and you just say fix it, and then it does. I think that's basically where we're at. That takes however long. Oh my god, it's so smart. It's so fucking smart. It's so smart. Just gets me. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, we got a little bit sidetracked here while we were... Actually, before I do this, let me test these. Okay, one final change. So on the swap time... Okay, so one final change. So when I press the check mark button right now, and then it spawns the play pause button and the refresh button, it's shifting the text over, which isn't a bad thing, but it's just not how I want it to be. Let's basically make it so the text can only ever go as far as where it is once I press the check mark button and it pushes it over. So essentially, instead of having to push it over, it's just expanding into like a pre-built open space for it. 7 or 8. Unlucky. Qu'est-ce que c'est? It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Okay, we got a little bit sidetracked in this chat while starting the first test suite, but it was worth it because we essentially implemented like the entirety of how this scheduling layer needs to work on the UI side. So it was nothing lost, lots gained. But basically, what I want you to do now, since we have this new understood functionality in the UI, I'm thinking there's different types of example suites that we might need to test. Like you do some sort of previous example, but then you need to test it at these new edge cases, right? Where you like swap a time, persist the data. Like for example, like swap time, we need to make sure that's being kept track of correctly, like it's being saved and persisted. Same thing with like the inferred time being swapped, and then that UI switches to swap time, and then the inferred time is no longer inferred. Now it's like swap time or whatever, So the examples are probably a bit more involved now because there's different edge cases to test. The main two we care about right now are inferred and swap time. So what I want you to do is first build out the necessary data structure on Supabase to support this new functionality on the persisted side. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, but it should be pretty simple. I'll let you think about it. And then, yeah, build out, I guess, look back through suite 1 of the examples and figure out what else needs to be included. And then what I want you to do, actually, let's just leave it at that for now. Just do that. $4 million at $17K an hour. $135 hours. Let's call it 240. Let's say I'm on for 12 hours a day. 20 days. So we should be at Amethyst 20 days from now. So the goal is by day 60 to be mining amethyst. Worst case scenario. This probably was not the smartest prompt that I just gave it. Mhm. Claude's building my company. Mhm. Can you hear it? There. Jam. We're jamming. We're jamming. We're jamming. We're jamming. We're jamming. We're jamming right over you. We're jamming. We're jamming. What is we're jamming? VR jamming. Oh, we've gotten 95 string. Good. Good. So what type of usage did that prompt use? I'm gonna guess 1%. It did. 1%. It's not that bad. You see my Discord message about Max Plan? I feel like the time we lose in not having it is worth like it's way worse to lose that time and take longer to build a worse product than it would be to just have the max plan and just do it quicker and at a higher level. Because it really is like a huge difference. Like huge difference. Dude, I'm on it right now. I'm using it. I'm quite literally using it. I'm saying we need to alternate every month. Like I'm literally on the max plan right now. Look. I just got it on my account. I got it. You were being a faggot, so I just did it myself. You wanted to be a faggot, so I took matters into my own hands. Sugar coma. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. Mommy, can I have some sugar? My phone gone. One final UI issue. As soon as the block duration is smaller than 20 minutes, so 15, 10, or 5 minutes, the expand collapse button stops working. So 15 minutes and smaller, yeah, expand and collapse don't work. You can't expand. Like, and I'm pretty sure it's because I can't zoom anymore. So we need to increase the max zoom. I'm pretty sure to fix this issue. And yeah, the reason I can't get to the collapse button is because I can never turn it into collapse unless the duration is longer than 20 minutes. So basically we need to expand the max zoom. I think we should pretty much expand this, like, not indefinitely, but like, you should be able to expand it enough so that I can fully zoom into like a 5-minute block, and that takes up like the entire screen basically. So you should be able to zoom in quite far. Yeah, just use your, just keep using auto for the next whatever, and then turn yours into the max plan next month, and then we'll switch every month. That's my opinion. There should be enough. Like, is it at 100? Is it at 100 your plan right now or no? Okay, well, yeah, it's a little bit scuffed, but I'm trying to think the best way to do it. Because our plans bill like on the same day now, basically. Like I got this one on what, June 12th, I think. Either 11 or 12, so like a day after yours. Yeah, let that one run out. But what I'm saying is, in the meantime, right now, will you like? Because if you start using this account, you know what, just do this. Try to use auto as much as you can on that account, and then basically, if you need to, just sign into this one and do a request on the API. Just don't use the crazy models, like just use like Gemini, and it should cost like pretty much fucking nothing. Like the only reason my usage is at 50% now is because I was cranking Fable 5 like all day yesterday, like literally for 12, 14 hours straight. Like I had Fable fucking like blasting. And Fable's twice as expensive as Opus 8. So like even if I used Opus 8, like I'd only be at like 25% or something right now. And that's after using it like literally all day to do every single prompt. I blasted fucking Fable for probably 14 hours straight. It was very worth it, like extremely worth it. Because it did an excellent job at doing what needed to be done, and it was not easy to do. So now that that's done, I'm just like, I wouldn't even be using Fable today if it was even if it was available. Like I'm only using the top one for like the really important like back end shit. I blasted. By the way, once we get rich, like I'm gonna blast gear, just so you know. Okay, so I should be able to zoom a shitload now. Collapse. So I can zoom all the way into a 5-minute block now, basically. Okay, that's good. Okay, good. And then does the max zoom thing still work? So if I'm like this, yeah, it does. Okay. So if I'm all the way zoomed out, it should say so you can only ever get the max zoom thing when you're at least 20 minutes. That's the limit. And then go like this and zoom. It should switch to max zoom now. No, it would have to be 25 minutes, right? Oh no, it's not. It has to be like this. Okay. Okay, it's working. Okay, what do you think of this functionality? I think it's pretty solid now. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty fucking good. What do you think? Is this persisting now? Let's see. So I have to confirm it, I believe, so. If I confirm it, it should stay now. Actually, hold on, I don't want to do that yet. First, let's test this. It's fine. Let's do it. That's another potential edge case. How does it work now that this goes away? So there is no more expand. Okay, that actually makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. How does this stay here is the question. Also, it still goes back, it looks like. One finer minor UI change here. When you change, so if I already queue up, like say I click the check mark, if I adjust the duration, like as soon as I start dragging it, it should essentially reset the counter. So as soon as I touch with and interact, changing the duration or tap to drag, like as soon as I do another like start of a swap time entry, it should immediately reset the counter. Because the way it works right now is like if it's counting down and I'm in the middle of switching it, it persists the save wherever it is at that time, which is no good. It should essentially reset, wait for you to finish, and then make you confirm again once it's done counting. One, two, 1, 2. Take me back, man. Life is better. Oh shit. No shit.
Oh, but the revenue.
You're retarded. Good. Good. Okay, last thing I want to do in this chat before I go to the next one is I want you to actually draft up all of the example suites that we came up with, I think, earlier in this chat. I'm pretty sure if you look up in the context, it should be there. So I want you to think through all the different edge cases like we had and essentially draft up something similar to what you did for suite 1, but for all of the other suites as well, just so the document template is ready to go.
Oh, but they have no revenue.
What? Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Yeah, that's what I said. What? Dude, I'm talking to myself. Don't even fucking worry about me. Literally, don't even worry about me. Don't even sweat it, kid.
SpaceX has no revenue. Their evaluation is way too high. That's a bad investment.
Yeah. And you're a fucking retard. Huh. Humanity's fate is to leave the Earth, by the way. So, it's an inevitable thing that has to happen. So, by the way. Oh shit. We caught some attention. Wait, we just got 2 new random... Wait, yo. I thought you were my actual friend in real life typing, but you're some random guy who said you don't have any viewers. Who are you talking to? Okay, let me answer both those questions. Leave Earth when? Well, good question. At some point in the future. As to your second point, you know what I mean, like, we can't live on Earth, that's what I mean. The second point, facing God on Judgment Day. True. But that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm fucking pissed. I used it all day yesterday. Like, I literally used it for 14 hours straight yesterday. I'm fucking pissed. Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm just a little schizophrenic, so I like to talk to myself. Instead of taking meds, I just live stream to 0 viewers. It's kind of chill. It's like a healthy alternative to schizo meds. You know what I mean? I need sun, but this is too fucking bright. Can't see shit. We got 2 new viewers, and you guys caught me at the same time when I'm not even in my regular fucking setup. You guys aren't getting the real experience. sounds like you're gonna have to smash that follow button. Drop comments down below. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for day 35 so you can see the real setup. Follow now. Oh, seriously, go fucking follow me right now. If you want Fabled back, you'll do exactly what I say. You guys aren't very good at listening. Okay, I see. So you want to extort me for my brilliant idea. That's no problem. Let me show you. So the idea is this is basically a voice first. Oh god, hold on. This is a long message. I can't even read all of it because my fucking thing is not big enough. Hold on. I was using Fable 5 to build my second AI, more advanced than my first AI that Opus built, and while I was waiting for my weekly limit cooldown from Fable chewing through my 20x plan for a snack, Fable got cancelled, leaving my more advanced second AI unfinished ... Womp, womp, womp. Sounds like you need a max plan. And you need to stop fucking crying. Just kidding, bro. That sucks. Okay, so here's what my software does. Ready? So it is a voice first software, and the intention of it is basically day-to-day operational management between humans and LLMs. So to me, it is the way that humans and LLMs are going to interact on a day-to-day basis to structure and optimize their life. So, for example, something like put my morning routine in at 6, should take about 30 minutes. So the first thing that we're designing right now is this voice first kind of communication. Yeah, dark theme, bro. If it's not dark theme, I mean, what the fuck are you doing? So anyways, so first thing it does is it draws schedules like this. It's really cool. So that's the main product layer. You have your mind. Yeah, see, the thing is, like, people think that they know what they're doing, and they think they're organized, but they're actually just not. And what this product really does is it coaches you. So the structural layer of the scheduling is like just a better version of what Google Calendar does, to be honest. But the real value in this product comes from the coaching layer. And over time, what we do is we collect data in terms of like context surrounding your activities, right? So like your energy level, your mood, what you scheduled versus what you actually did, the time discrepancy between scheduling and action, you know, like your abilities to sustain doing hard things, that like that type of measurement. So context surrounding your actions. And then over time, the LLM can essentially analyze your schedule and your actions and then optimize for you. And then what plugs into this is these things called toolkits, which are like for specific domains of life. So for example, say you're a fitness guy and that's one thing you really care about. A fitness toolkit is a part of this, and then that's essentially additional context that the coaching layer gets to reason across for optimizing. Like it has a full plugin for like your workouts, your meal plans, recording your, you know, sets over time, how many reps you did, the weights you lifted, all that type of stuff. So it's essentially, that's why it's called Life OS. It's a life operating system. And the idea is the foundational layer is the ability to schedule. There's a coaching layer on top of that. And then toolkits feed into that system for domain specific. So basically, this is for boomers and Gen Z gym bros. I was hoping you were making a game with AI or something cool. So here's the thing about me. I'm going to make a game one day. True, 100%. I will. But in order to make a game the way I want to make a game, I need a lot of money. And the best way to make money is by making something like this, right? So I'm going to make a bunch of money first, and then I'm going to go make fucking RuneScape 2. The best fucking video game you've ever seen in your life. I'm telling you, remember this day. Remember 20 years from now, or whatever the fuck it is, 5 years, 10 years, I don't know, some number of years, when the best game ever comes out, just fucking remember that I'm the guy who made it. Just know that. And then you're gonna have this thought. You're gonna be like, okay, not 20 years. That was cope. That was an exaggeration. It's gonna be more like, I don't know, not 20 years. Hopefully, I would say 5 or 10. 5 or 10. That would be cool. But all I know is that XX Multitron, my favorite truck driver, has followed me, and still, what's her name? Rhodey has not. And that's fucking weirding me out. That's really weirding me out. So I'm gonna need you to stop being so weird. I'm gonna need you to follow me. Good boy. Good boy. That's what I'm talking about. So I had designed this scheduling layer before, but it wasn't like, it wasn't working properly. Like it was, but it wasn't gonna work long term. So I spent like the last 2 weeks like schizo fucking rebuilding the data structure, like manually. Like imagine that, like in 2026, like I'm manually designing data structure. I know, I'm insane, right? Anyways, I just did that for 2 weeks straight. And now, like starting as of yesterday, I've started implementing it, and it's working like so much better. So that's pretty cool. So we're gonna keep doing that, and then we're gonna make sure this core loop works. We have to figure out the template side of things, like the reusable stuff. Like here, this actually just made a template, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it did. So, yeah, fucking, I better see you boys here every day. Every day. And yes, I am crying. And am I gonna stop? No. I'm gonna keep crying. Until I'm sitting in a McLaren, I'm gonna keep crying. If that's okay with you. What did I use for the interface design? I used this thing called my brain, where I communicated very well in the English language in order to get the result I want. And I iterated many times until it finally looked like how I wanted it to look. To be honest, I used auto on cursor. I just had a good idea, and I didn't just say shit like, Claude, build my company with good UI and don't make any mistakes. I like very specifically told it what to do. And then I iterated and I chewed on glass for like a week straight. And then it worked. That's what happened. Persistence, that's right. That's right. That's exactly right. Hold on. Give me a prompt to carry on in a new chat. We're gonna restart at the beginning of suite 1. So give the full instructions as to what it is we're working on and what files they need to read. Just give me a clear prompt so I can carry off where we are in a new chat, essentially going through all of the suite 1 examples from the beginning. One shot pure genius, you're right. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Why did I not think of that? You're actually right, bro. You're actually so right. In fact, you're so right. You deserve a ravioli for how right you are. Because you're such a good boy. Guys, you should go follow my Instagram. It's really funny. Hold on, let me put you on. What is my Instagram? I don't even know. Hold on. No. No, that's not it. Is that it? Yep. Yep. Famous, by the way. Famous, by the way. Go follow me now. Do it now. Oh my god, we're blowing up. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm blowing up. Epic shit. My autistic background. Yeah, let me tell you about my autistic background. So, I was a hockey player my entire life. From the age of, like, literally 0 until, like, 20, probably. I don't know if you know anything about hockey, but I played AAA, which is the highest level you can play. Then I played Junior A, which was also the highest level you could play at that time. And then I went to university. And in university, I studied neuroscience and physics at the University of Toronto. If you know anything about Toronto, that is a university in Toronto. And then, during that time, I'm getting somewhere with my autistic career, by the way. During my time in university, I actually made music. You know what? Let me show you the type of music that I made. Actually, I don't know if I have it on this computer. No, I don't. So that's a conversation for another time. But actually, I did have an autistic stunt during university where I was making music. And then, as for my tattoos, yeah, that's a story for sure. So, basically, I was dating a girl, and she wanted to become a tattoo artist, and she didn't have anybody to tattoo. So I said, I have skin, and I was down to get tattoos. You know, I'm trying to be a good boyfriend, right? Because I'm a good guy. And then I ended up with an entire body of tattoos. We broke up, and my girlfriend now is way better, by the way. Just to make that clear, in case she's listening. My girlfriend now is infinitely better. But that is my autistic background. Hopefully that answers your question about my autistic past. And thank you. Yeah. My music taste is actually, you know what? I'm in a jam right now on Spotify. I don't know if you know anything about jams, but if you don't, you should learn. And I'm going to give you an opportunity here. Oops. I'm going to give you an opportunity to join my jam. And Fable 5. And yeah, if you click that link, you will be locked in. Turbo locked in, you might even say. let's keep going. That was a nice little segue. You guys gave me a little breath of fresh air. That was good. Go, robot. You got this, buddy. You got this, little guy. Let's go from scratch. Okay. Man, where'd you guys go? Now I'm lonely. It sucks. Having so much fun. Dude, this lighting in here is so bad. Okay, let's go. Put a team meeting at 2 p.m. for 45 minutes. Yep, yep, yep. Good boy. It's too slow now. It's too slow. Okay, good. Why is it? Is this guy stupid? Uh-oh. There's got to be a script I can run that like just deletes all this data. Like I just click D and everything gets deleted rather than me having to do this every time. Right now I'm using auto, but I'm using cursor, and inside of cursor you can pick the model or you can use auto. Yesterday I was using Fable, which is Claude. Like Claude is just a name for like it just uses like Opus, whatever. Like it's the same thing. But right now I'm using auto, which basically cursor decides what model is best to use. And you can also manually select models. Like when I do more complicated things, I'll select like a higher tier model. But for simple shit like this, I just put it on auto and just go nuts. Bro, did you hear my full fucking explanation about my artistic past? Or did you just say that and then leave? Because that would be crazy. I just yapped at the air for like 10 minutes. Check out my ice. What you know about this? see. True. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a psychopath, to be honest. Like, I can just sit here for 14 hours every day and it doesn't even faze me. Like, I just have a gear. Like, I just have a gear that I can tap into. Actually, it's not even a gear. It's like the automatic gear. Like, it's just my nature. I don't know. Like, I'm just fucking insane or something. I don't know. Actually, you know what it is? That's a part of it, but also it's like I know that the alternative, if I don't, is I have to do some bullshit that I don't want to do. You know? Like, I'd rather be in control of what I'm doing. And in order to be successful in that way, you gotta grind, you know? Speaking of grinding, I haven't done a single push-up today. That makes me gay. Hold on. Let me ungay myself. Good shit. We need this fan though. It's hot. What the fuck? Good. 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 I only did 50. That's my bad. 100x that shit next time. Next time, I promise. That's my bad. That's actually my bad. Should I do 50 more? Where's my push-up counter? 3,700 push-ups. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But imagine if I did 5,000 at once. Imagine that. Okay, let's try again. Put my team meeting at 2 p.m. for 45 minutes. We gotta make this guy faster. It's too slow. Probably never done a push-up in his life. Okay, good. Okay, test 1 passes. Make note of it in the markdown file inside of suite 1. Make notes of the updated status as well as the failure and fix. So the thing about me is I feel like I'm one of the very few people that are actually vibe coding properly. Like, I'm still doing all the things that you actually have to do when you're coding something. Like, you have to test things and you have to try and try again. And you have to actually think. I feel like people now that try to vibe code, like, they're actually just not doing enough. And that's why it never works. Like, the way I look at AI is like, it's like a tool to speed you up, but it's not just gonna do shit for you, you know? Like, it is, but it's also not. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like, I feel like not nobody, but like a very small percentage of people actually know how to vibe code right now. And I have 0 experience in computer science, so I don't know how I just know how to do this. I don't know where that comes from. It just makes sense to me. Like, I don't know. But like as soon as I started like getting into this shit, I was like, yeah, there's no way you're just gonna tell it to do shit and it's gonna work. So then I started thinking, okay, how do we actually make this work? Probably we should think a little bit. Probably we should do some tests. Probably we should still design some stuff manually. Then once you design that, then you give it to the AI to do work on top of that, you know? Makes sense. I feel like people try to get it to do too much and then they complain when it doesn't work. Like what I find it's good at taking already existing context and then building off of that, but it's not so good at going from nothing to something. You know, like the idea itself, it's not so good at that part. But once there's like a skeleton in place, then it does like really well. That's my humble opinion. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I'm definitely like a systems thinker. Like, my university degrees are definitely like similar type of thinking, like physics and math for sure. Like, it's very similar type of like logical reasoning and stuff, but put a workout at 9 for 45 minutes. Let's see if that breaks it. I tried to give it some bullshit in there. It should work, and it's going to infer a time. So what we expect is that it picks either 9 p.m. or a.m. Okay, so it picked p.m. is telling us that it's inferred, and I can swap it. So when I swap it, it should now switch to swapped time, which is correct. Then I can, if I reload now, I'm not sure if it persists the save or not. I think I have to confirm it. Yeah, so I have to actually confirm it. So let's try that. So swap. Hello. Oh, you know what? I think it's because okay, so I just found a potential error. It's because it reloaded in the wrong spot and stayed on swapped. Okay, that passed. I was kind of getting a step or two ahead here, and I clicked the inferred time button and swapped it from 9 p.m. to a.m. And then instead of clicking the check mark and saving it, like to persist the save, I reloaded it. And then what it did is it kept it as swapped time, but put it back at 9 p.m. instead of the a.m. that I swapped it to. So the correct reload behavior would have been something along the lines of one of two options. Basically, either it needs to keep it at 9 a.m. and show swap time, or it needs to put it back to inferred time at 9 p.m. I'm assuming the way this is working server side, when I press the inferred time button, is it updates the variables and it's like flagging that it's now swap time, and then once that happens, like the reload has no way of putting it back. So probably the best way to handle this then is once that happens, like a refresh should essentially also act as confirming that swap time, I guess, or something like that. Or I don't know. It's actually hard to think about this one. We could also just treat this as like a failure case where, I mean, if the user happens to refresh in the middle of like doing something, it just kind of breaks. I don't know. What do you think's the best way to handle this? I'm not 100% sure. So for something like this, I'll put it on like a higher model and I'll just let it think through it. Like, let's try Opus. And obviously, while it does its thing, Well, this is the thing. We're gonna obviously not waste any efficient time. We're gonna go study. We're gonna go study the social market because marketing sells. Every reel I watch makes me 0.1% richer. Yes, I know. I'm on the waiting time, or I wanna be. Can you guys hear this? I feel like you can't even hear this. You can't.
But down in Jamaica, we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, I'm on the way, the time cold. I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right.
That's got potential probably to get replaced by AI too.
So do you.
No, I
AIs
don't.
already
No, I don't. I
now.
use AI in my business. I'm ahead of the curve. You think I see all this bullshit about AI coming up on my feed and I'm not ahead of the curve and on it already and utilizing it for my business
how
to
is
make
that
more
good
money?
long-term?
That's what an entrepreneur is.
Okay.
You adapt to shifts
Wait,
in the market.
If you would have had a degree and you would have continued college, wouldn't you have been a more reliable person to buy courses from? Long term.
New customers get a $300
At
10 years old, I had a.
YouTube is gonna flag this, 100%. Hold on. There's a way I can do it so that desktop audio won't go to my stream. Or sorry, it won't go to the VOD. Whatever. Let's just fucking blast techno. True, yeah, true. It's just about vibe hour here. And by that I mean one very specific thing. It's time to misbehave. I'm hungry for a Nikki. Oh, we got my partner is fucking. He's manipulating my jam here. He's manipulating time. Oh, this is fucked up. I need a Sonic for this. Yeah, nothing like fucking a fucking rat. What are they called? Lot lizards? Nothing like a good lot lizard at the end of an 18-hour fucking drive. Blasting techno. Am I right? Yeah, shut my jam off. You have issues. Take this in. I give my partner an opportunity of the lifetime, okay? To become a billionaire with me. Once in a lifetime opportunity. Right? And he doesn't show up to work all week. You wanna know why? Because his throat hurts. That's pretty funny, right? That's pretty funny. Funny to me. I find it funny. Yeah, no. Keep shutting my jam off. See how that affects your salary. We were doing some really gay shit. Like, really gay shit. I don't think I can even say on here. Super gay. Oh. And also, he's 6'5" and scared of a 4 milligram Zonic pouch. Also, by the way. Yeah, I know. It's weird, right? Isn't that weird? Tell him that that's weird, because he's here. I know he's here. Tell him that that's weird. Tell him. Say, that's weird, man. Say, no, man, that's really weird of you. You shouldn't be that weird. So I gotta know, what's your name? Multitron. Multitron. Where are you from? And you're not allowed to say the land of the lot lizards. If this guy shuts off my jam one more fucking time. Am I in the jam? I don't even know. Not a bad life. Holy fuck. This fucking asshole. Holy shit. Okay. Like, surely he can figure out the solution to just turn the volume down, right? He's not... Okay, first of all, like... Hold on. Master troller, this guy is. He's rage baiting, by the way. Just know that I know that. Just know that I know that. Okay, let's run the first two tests. I need you to schedule a team meeting for me at 2 p.m. for 45 minutes. And make no mistakes. Oh my god, this techno and this Zen is like... I'm telling you. I'm telling you. 10%? That's depressing. I thought you were gonna say turn it up by 10%. Fine, I'll do it for you. Lizard Lover. That's your new nickname, Lizard Lover. Every time I see you in here, I'm gonna say, what's up, Lizard Lover? And it's gonna be an inside joke between me and you. Why is it thinking for so long? It's not that complicated. I think I broke it. I think the company's bankrupt. On it. Never in the lot, eh? Right, what happens in the lot stays in the lot. Don't worry, I get it. Don't worry, I get it. Okay, that's good. Let's do a workout at 8 for an hour. Don't worry, man. I know you've never done anything ever in the lot ever. I get it. I'm on your side, man. I got you. No, but on some real shit, are they real? Like when you park up in a gas station, like, are they just there? Like, is that real? Like, how does it work? Like, I'm asking for a friend. You know what I mean? Okay, so it's inferred. Now if I swap it and I reload, it should stay persisted. Okay, it worked. Nice. Okay, it works. Okay, it worked. Good job. You just got a raise. Now what I want you to do is think through this example suite and consider some important, like, likely user edge cases where, like, refreshing and reloading might matter, where we need to account for that sort of functionality. You don't need to go too crazy on this, just, you know, just like the major cases, like a V1 kind of thing, you know? Oh. I don't think anyone vibes harder than me when they vibe code, honestly. I think I might hold the record on that. I might be the king of vibes. And anytime I get too dizzy off these Zins, this is how I fucking... this is how I stay standing. When I start spinning. The Zins, man, they're too strong. Need to balance. The sun is so good, like, my dopamine goes up by like 6,000%, but then I can't see anything. Very serious, right? Very fucking serious. I'm one of the vibiest of the vibers, I think. Oh, you know what? Let's see if this works. I'm curious. If I refresh, will it save the duration? Let's see. No, it doesn't. Yeah, so that's like another thing, basically. Like, if you do this, and they reload, I guess it's fine how it is. Like, we just have it go back, and then if they reload, they can just go like this. And then go, yep, confirm. Beep boop, beep boop. Rocket science, Elon Musk. Do. And now if they refresh, it should be persisted. Yeah, okay, it works. But it didn't get rid of swap time. Okay, so that's an error. That's supposed to go away. Once they confirm it, it shouldn't pop up again until they move it like that. Okay, so that's the next prompt. So, you know how you asked me, like, how did I get my UI to look like this? Like, I'm like clinically retarded. Like, I test, like, every possible edge case. Like, I'll spend an entire week just on how to draw this one time. You know what I mean? Like I'm clinically retarded. So, it's one of my superpowers. Hold on, I'm spinning. Hold on. Yeah, that's good. One minor change. So when I swap the time, that's all good. Everything working. When I confirm it, right? Like I let the countdown go. Elon Musk like calculates everything in the background, and then it confirms it. Oh, now it's going away. Okay, so it goes away, but now if I refresh it, hold on. When I did this before, yeah, okay. So when I reload, the swap time flag is coming back, and then it's showing the swap time details thing, but without the check mark bar. So we need to fix that. So this is like a reload bug. Elon. I think Elon actually lives in my computer at this point. I'm pretty sure, like, what AI is it's just, like, they cloned Elon or something, and they just put him in everyone's computer. It's either that, or it's just a bunch of Indians, like, doing it manually really quickly, and they just call it robots. I don't know. One of those. By the way, is the music too loud now, or are we copacetic? That's a big fucking word. I know some words. I want to build the greatest MMO of all time. Like, when I said RuneScape 2, like, I wasn't joking. Like, as you can see, I have... Oh, wait, actually, you can't see. As you can now see, I have 3 RuneScape accounts running right now in the background. And MMOs are fucking terrible, in my opinion, compared to what they could and should be. And one of my life missions is to make the greatest MMO of all time. And by the way, that will happen. That will happen for sure. Like, after, like, once I cash out, like, here's the plan. I'm going to build this. I'm going to build the company for, like, 2 or 3 years, and then I'm probably going to sell it. And hopefully I get a retarded amount of money from that. And then I'm going to spend the rest of my life chilling, playing RuneScape, and building RuneScape 2. And going to Thailand and doing Muay Thai. And eating nicotine for breakfast. And that might be it. Ninja Implin. Should I go snag this? No, I'm not doing it. I would have to run on the account that's mining XP waste. Yeah, some sort of MMO. Like, in all seriousness, I really want to build an MMO. Like, the problem I see with MMOs right now is like they don't feel like worthwhile. Like it doesn't feel like when you play it, like when we were younger, right? And we played it, like if you had it, like if you were that guy in the game, like if you were Zezma, like that's a big fucking deal. Like it mattered to be good in an MMO, you know? Like you were the coolest guy ever. Now it's like nobody cares. Like people just play it to pass time kind of thing, or like they're creators in the game, but like it doesn't actually feel like valuable anymore to be good at an MMO. And I think a big part of that is because like there's no real world win. So what I want to do is somehow integrate some sort of like real world economy to MMOs without making it pay to win. You know what I mean? Like some sort of like it's actually worthwhile playing. And then I also feel like the way like combat is done in MMOs is not very good. Like it could be way better. And like also like there's got to be a better way to make like in RuneScape for example, skilling, like it's a really good idea, but it's really boring the way they did it. So like if you could make like an MMO that had that all the RuneScape type of elements, but it wasn't like retardedly boring to do it for fucking years on end to max your account, like that would make it way better. And all of this is obviously easier said than done, but like that's the vision. Hello? I'm dead. I'm out of Helene's. No, we're good, yeah. We left at like 5:30. She's having a going away dinner party here tonight with her roommates, so I came for it. That's why. Yep. Alright. What's that? No, you know what? I asked her about it and she's like, we're not even gonna eat it. And we're gonna be back on Sunday, so there was literally no reason to bring it. Yeah. If there's no room though in the fridge, it's good. Okay. 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 If you want to tune into my operation, I'm currently in the middle of building it. You and Dad can go look. I sent it to you already a long time ago. Alright. Okay, I'll just send it to Dad, and then you guys can look. I'll just send it to you. What do you mean, what is it? What's what? I'm gonna send it to you. It's a link. What do you mean? Click it. Okay, bye. Funny guy. Oh, we lost, hold on. We lost our... Hold on. Where the fuck did it go? We lost our technology. But yeah, what do you think? What do you think about the MMO idea? I feel like we're all into the same thing, you know? Like, everyone's thinking the same thing, but no one's doing anything about it. I could be that guy. I could be that guy. Where is my... Where did it go? Here. Oh, is it? And now it's gone again. Is this thing okay? I don't think it's actually okay. Okay, well, I want to use whatever you're building in the future, so please tell me. You know, that's a big part of why I'm not focusing on making a game right now, because I feel like there's not enough, like, tools available yet to actually like vibe code a game. Like to do it well would be like really fucking hard right now, I think. So it doesn't feel like quite the right time to make it. Like it would be too expensive and it would take too long to do it by myself. So I'm kind of waiting until there's a better market to make games like in the same way I'm making the software right now. Like if they put something like if Claude was inside Unreal Engine or something like that would be fucking like that's what I need. Okay, so you're making like your own Unreal Engine basically with agents inside of it. That's basically the idea. That's fucking sick. Low key, here, I want you to I don't want to lose you. Hold on. I don't want to lose you. Let me give you this. How do I get this link? Hold on. I can't find the invite link. Hold on. Here. Join. This is a Discord that I made. It's not like active or anything yet. Like I literally just made it. Here, come in here. And then we can, in the future, we can connect on this because this is like something I'm highly interested in. Either for personal use or just to like be a part of it or use it or whatever. Like this is something long term that I'll definitely be paying attention to. So yeah, let's make sure we don't lose touch on that. Okay, let me see the change that it made here. So now so if I move this now and I confirm, when I reload, it should go away. So it'll go away now. This is what it was already doing. And then if I reload, it should still be gone. Yeah. Okay, tests number 1 and 2 inside of suite 1 both pass. Let's finish making the notes. Either the status or the failures and fixes that we applied during these two examples, AO1 and AO1B, and then let's go on to example AO2. Let's see. Can you see it? Okay, this is all good. Okay. Good. So how far along are you? Like, does it do anything yet? I think your competition long term is basically going to be like the LLMs just live inside like Unreal Engine. So you basically need to compete with that, which is tough, but you can do it. Why not? Like Unreal Engine, what's the other one? There's one other like main market. What's it called? I can't remember. It's like it's slightly older, but it's still good. It's like the other major market, like game engine designer. I can't remember what it's called. Okay, let's do this. I have a dentist appointment at 4 p.m. For now, we're just going to deal with this being a little bit slow, and we'll worry about optimizing the speed later. For now, the goal is to make it work. Okay, so it correctly drew the stub. Yep, this example passed the test as well. One thing I just want to check in about is what's the default end time that it's picking for these types of blocks? It looks like it's about half an hour right now. I'm just curious, like, how this is going to resolve when there's an edge case. Like, say I had something scheduled at 4:15 already, and then it put in this stub at 4 p.m., but because it was half an hour, it's going to overlap. Is it essentially just going to, like, have an overlap? Is that basically how it's going to resolve? Let me just test it right now and just see what happens, and then I'll follow up. Hold on. So let me delete all this, and then I'm going to try testing this myself. Hold on. Hold on, I'll read that in a second. Give me a sec. So let me put something in at 4 o'clock for half an hour or an hour. Schedule a workout for me at 4 p.m. for an hour. I ran out of rocks. I need more rocks. Eater of blood. We can do that. I can't see anything. I like actually cannot see because of the light. It's so bad. Okay, so now let me try this test. So I have a dentist appointment. Whoops. I have a dentist appointment today at 4 p.m. I've actually never tested that before where you accidentally leave the app. Oh, it picked it all up. Okay, cool. Actually, I'm gonna test that after. If I click tap to talk, okay, so it does what I thought. It's just like this. Okay, that's fine. So we don't need to worry about this. It's already handling it correctly. Okay. Yep, that test passed. Make note of it. We don't need to make any changes. Let's move on to the next section, the next example. The one thing that I don't want to have here, though, is I don't want it to say awaiting details. Like, if the details section is empty, it should just be empty. It doesn't need to say awaiting details. Actually, you know what? No, I want it to say awaiting details. Because it's like an indicator. It just lets people know that, like, in this block here, it's looking for more information. Yep, that example passes. Let's make the appropriate documentation notes. We don't need to make any changes, and then let's move on to the next example. Okay, hold on. I can't see my chat. Okay. To build the perfect games in the shortest amount possible, we need the perfect tools such as building the perfect. Am I about to get like flashbanged here? Okay, what is this? What does this look like to you? This looks like Claude code inside of some sort of development environment. It's basically, it looks pretty much exactly like what I said, except it's not a fully built Unreal Engine. It's like whatever your thing is, and Claude code is inside of it, it looks like. Which is basically what I said it needs to be. Is that basically what's going on here? Yeah, I would say it looks like you have Claude code inside of some sort of development environment. And I like the little space theme you got going on in the background. Super cute. Okay, I actually like cannot see this one. Where is the fucking... The one thing I don't like right now is when you have nested things, like the UI looks weird. I don't know, worry about that later, it's fine. Okay, so I reloaded, and this is a follow-up saying basically it'll take an hour, so if I didn't reload, it would for sure work. Now that I reloaded, let's see if it still works without specifically referring to the dentist appointment. I'll just say it'll take an hour, and then let's see if it can figure out that I'm referring to the dentist appointment. It'll take an hour. So, hold on, let me try it. So it did what I thought it was gonna do. Let me try it in the easier case where I don't intentionally break it. Hold on. I have a dentist appointment at 4 p.m. This guy keeps fucking jamming my jam. Asshole. Okay, so that wasn't the actual game dev thing. That was basically... It's a better version of Claude Code, basically. You know, it's funny that you say that. Basically, like, I have that built into my workflow. Basically, what I did to do what you're trying to do is... inside of my repo here, I have an entire operating system database, which is essentially a set of rules which accomplishes what you're doing. Like basically anytime the agent does anything inside of my repo, it has to read all these instructions. And when it follows these instructions, it reduces hallucination and everything like massively. It's more token heavy because it has to obviously like refer to more context, but it does a way better job. So yeah, it seems like a similar kind of idea. But mine is just, it's instead of being its own thing, it's just baked into my cursor repos as essentially like an operating system layer. And what that means is the agents have to read it before they do anything. It'll take about an hour. So here, this should be able to do this now. Let's see. Okay, so that works. Oh wow, yours reduces token cost too. How is that possible? That's impressive. How does it work? What's the logic? Like, how can you get it to think more but cost less? Like, how is it doing that? Okay, that test passes as well. It can carry over the dialogue in this simple scenario. I'm trying to think like a few more examples ahead. I don't know if we've accounted for this yet, but we need to eventually, if not right now. Basically, like, what if I had like said to do another block? Like, I don't know, like I said I have a dentist appointment at 4, and then I said I have a whatever, like a workout at 1, and then now there's 2 open dialogue states. Like, how will it know essentially to which one to pick to apply the new duration to? The way I designed it initially is that would always refer to the most recent capture row in the hot pack, and then anything pre the first row would have to be explicitly mentioned. Like you would have to say dentist at that point to refer to it. So I just want to make sure that we have that in our test suite, and if we don't, we should add that testing in, and then also let me know if you think that's something we should test right now, or if it's something that we should do later. So small rule. Okay, yeah. Mine is very verbose. Like it's a lot. Like yeah, mine is like very very detailed. Like I don't want to show you right now because it's just a waste of time right now. But yeah, mine is not very simple. Yeah, that's good. So the key is basically like the smallest set of simple instructions to get the job done, basically. When I did it, I didn't really account for that. Like I didn't worry too much about optimizing it. I just wanted it to do well. I didn't really care like about the efficiency of it. But that makes sense. Yeah, like basically if I took what I had now and distilled it like in a way that you have, it'd be like a similar idea, I think. Okay, what is different about this example? So AO, what is it? 4A. Hold on, let me just look at the examples. One sec. So we just did AO3. What was it? B? Okay, so it wants me to do AO4A first right now. Okay, that's fine. Okay, what is this example AO4A testing specifically? Are we like trying to make sure that it can pick up noon as 12, or what's the point? Because I feel like we've already kind of covered this, so I'm just trying to make sure what it is we're testing here. I have lunch at noon today for 30 minutes. Yeah, you're definitely right. That is the way you want to go about it for sure. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Do you plan on selling it, or are you just making it for yourself? I'm curious though, like, why wouldn't they just like shouldn't these instructions just be inside of Claude already? Like you would think that Anthropic would be thinking about this, right? Like, I mean, they definitely are. So like, what's going on? Like, you know, like how does this actually fix anything? I guess I would have to see the nature of the instructions to see like how it's really doing it, because like I mean they definitely have these type of guardrails and instructions like internally, so or maybe they don't, right? Because it's just I don't know. Hard to say what they've done. Yeah, that's true. That is true actually. It's beneficial for them for it to make some mistakes here, right? Okay, yeah, this example passed 4A, so what's 4B now? Go ahead and make the notes that you need to for AO4A. So the next one is right after. Yeah, this is an important one. Let's see if it gets it. Add a 30-minute walk for me right after lunch. So this wasn't working before. It couldn't figure out to place the anchor time at the end of the lunch. So let's see if it... Okay, no, it didn't. Didn't get it. So what I do is I'm on auto, and then anytime I run into an error, now I'm going to switch to Opus and tell it what's happening. Okay, this example did not pass. The response I got in the chat was, got it, a 30-minute walk right after your lunch. One note, I couldn't put that on your calendar yet, so nothing is drawn for it so far. So it seems like it wasn't able to resolve the anchor time as the end of lunch. So let's figure out how we need to go about handling this. Yeah, same. Like, as soon as I started doing this, I was like, this shit sucks. Like, it's really good, but it sucks. So I immediately, like, before I started building anything, I actually built the entire repo for this operating system layer before I even tried building anything, because I was like, without some sort of, like, mechanism to keep these things in line, like, it's just super inefficient. So yeah, it's my thing functions like a million times better because of it. It's probably a bit more expensive, but like what you lose in token cost, you make up like tenfold in time and also product quality as well. Hmm. There shouldn't be a capture row, right? Because it shouldn't persist a capture row on this type of entry, right? Oh no, it did. What was bad? uh, Typical. Usual suspect. Yeah, 115 minutes. Wait, how many hours is that? Divide and count 2. Holy fuck. You should have just started screaming. Hmm. Holy shit. Hmm. Mm. Even my dad is doom trolling. Smart. Nobody's safe. Yeah, just picked a random time. But then why did it say I couldn't put it in your calendar? So weird. Boom, boom, boom. Multitron. How do I do this? How do I make it work? Oh. Oh, so it automatically starts resting when I finish. Rest is for pussies. Is this swipe? It is. How do I pause this? I should be able to pause this. Can't. Unpausable. Good design. Volume, 2 pounds. No, that is, we're not. No, we will not be doing that. That is not what's happening. That is a very stupid thing. So in the middle of my workout, if I want to, so I can combine things to make a superset, but can I add an exercise? So I can't add exercises in here, is that right? Once I've started a workout, I can't add things, I can only remove. How? 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 Oh, like you've changed it since this? This is like a lot older. It looks good. The only thing I don't like, I mean from this version, but the volume thing is really gay, like who cares? Yeah, you should be able to add an exercise once you've already started. And then the rest is okay. Seems fine. The sets and volume thing at the top, like that's, I don't like that. Is there even a finish page? I don't know. No. Doesn't do anything. Like, I don't know what you mean, but no, it doesn't go anywhere. What does keep workout do? Is that basically like pause? Oh no, it just stays here. Okay. Okay. I'll check it out eventually. It looks good though. She's doing her nails. Oops. Mm-mm-mm. One extra note I actually didn't realize, but it's not that it didn't place the dentist block, it just randomly placed it at 4 p.m. So it picked an anchor, placed it, but then it randomly gave me a message saying that it didn't. So I don't know if that changes anything. I just thought I'd let you know, because it definitely matters. No, 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 no. Let me... Dude, like, I actually cannot see anything in this room. It's so bad. Even with the window closed, like, the blinds, like, it's fucking bad. Cannot see. It's fine. It's fine. I have lunch at noon for half an hour. And then what's it want me to say? 30-minute walk after lunch, I think. Let's do a 30-minute walk right after lunch. Yes, still no. AI Wrapper also forces automated testing of all features for any project. Great automated to auto crash. Yeah, that's a very useful thing. That's very useful, yeah. Like, I'm basically doing that process manually right now. If that could be automated, that would be good. I don't know if you can truly automate that because it's so software specific, the type of solutions you can, like, the type of errors that I would encounter in this software is very different than other softwares, but like you could probably come up with a system that catches like the overarching types of errors that like any software would encounter. But to truly remove like the manual part of it, like I don't think that's entirely possible just because of how specific it is to each software. Still not working. This time it did not draw anything for the walk. I'll paste in all the data columns here. Input capture as well as schedule. Like the best way I could think to automate it is like it should know the expected outcome and then it should look at the data that gets produced in order to create that outcome. And then essentially it should be able to analyze if the correct like outcome happened, and then if it didn't, what happened like in the data that made it go wrong, and then fix it. Like that's basically the instruction you would have to give it. Obviously there's more to it than that, but that's pretty much what it boils down to. Anytime a feature is implemented, look at all the data that goes into that feature, and then for each specific use case of that feature, you would need to look at all of the different types of data for each of those use cases, analyze that data for the expected outcome version of the data, see if it differs. If it does, then it would need to figure out why it differs and then fix it. That's basically like the automation workflow for that. But actually doing that in a clear, reliable way is probably pretty hard. Yeah, that's if you can make that work, that would be amazing. That would be very good. I gotta pee so bad. The lot lizards are calling me. Hold on. Okay. What color nails are you doing? Oh, you should do red. Right. Let's do a restock. Lunch at noon for half an hour. Let's do a walk right after lunch for about 30 minutes. Okay, so now it thinks that it's done the right thing, but what it did is it placed the walk at 8:30 instead of at 12:30. I'll paste in the data again. Anti-gravity seal interface. That's awesome. So, where does it live right now? Did you make the software like it's just a GitHub repo, or you built like a desktop app, or like what web app? Like what is it? And how come you're driving a truck instead of doing this? Just a way to make money. It's chill, drive around, fund the real operation, something like that. What's the vibes? You guys seeing this? Hmm. Comedy. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Well, when you have some sort of working product, if you're looking for like another guy to test it or use it or whatever, I'd be interested in like at least trying it. Can give you some feedback, whatever. It sounds interesting. Not just interesting, like it sounds very useful. Cause yeah, like Cursor is definitely suboptimal, like no question. It was just my quickest like, okay, like what's the quickest thing I can learn and just start, and it's gonna give me like a pretty good result. But like really, like yeah, like I know Cursor is not the way to do this. There's a guy called Bridgemind. I don't know if you know him, but let me show you. He's basically doing like exactly what you're talking about. I don't think it's focused on necessarily optimizing, but it's like a similar kind of. Here, this guy. It's essentially he calls it an ADE, like it's an agentic development environment is basically what his product is. I'm not sure if you've seen it. It's pretty likely probably that you have, but if you haven't, you should definitely go look at it. Just to be aware of the types of things that exist, you can maybe get some inspiration or whatever. Hmm. The deeper bug. Here we go. This is fucking Claude already knew the fucking answer 6 prompts ago, and it's just fucking lighting my tokens on fire for fun. Lunch at noon for about half an hour. Yeah, I feel you. I don't think his product is actually like that good. It's like the right idea, but I don't think he's executed like that well from what I've seen. Like yeah, it's like a good idea, but I don't think anyone's quite nailed it yet. I actually have a similar idea that goes a bit deeper than what he's talking about. It's like similar to your thing, but there's another layer on top of it, where basically like the real missing piece of the puzzle, I think, with vibe coding is some sort of like visual illustrator that turns large language model like responses and code and everything like that, like the English language essentially gets mapped to like diagrams, like a visual, basically like a visual of the code base and what's going on, so you can see how like data tables plug into each other, interact. Like I feel like it would make like the understanding of what's going on like way higher, and it would be a lot easier for people to use if there was like a visual element of the code base, and essentially there was a map in language between English and visualization, like something along those lines. I think that's like a huge next step in like improving the user interface side of these types of things. Like kind of like what Figma does, but like more. Like Figma is not really it, but that kind of like idea. But that's a very difficult project. You basically need to create a language that converts English and code into diagrams, basically. That's what would need to exist. You would need essentially to write an entire language. Yeah, like I said, like I have very high attention to detail. Like I iterate on things endlessly until it's what I want. And it's not because it needs to be perfect, it's because I just know what does well, and it's not worth building something that you don't think is going to do well. Like you might as well spend the time to actually, you know, make it do a good job. Let's do a walk right after lunch for about 30 minutes. Okay, so it thinks it's gonna work now. Okay, boom. It did it. Okay, the test passes. I want you to go ahead and update the example document, and then tell me the next example that we're working on. I think it was back to the example 3 section somewhere. 3C or 3B, maybe, I can't remember. Just look up in the chat and let me know where we need to pick up back from where we were. And then I just have one other question. These types of fixes that we're implementing right now, are these like case specific for like this exact type of prompt, or should this carry forward in general for like utterances of this nature, where you say like right after something, like it should be able to figure out, apply the anchor to that thing that it's referring to as end time, essentially? Like how well are these fixes going to carry over in general? I actually started vibe coding like literally 30 days ago, like when this stream started. Like literally, like, yeah, that's when I actually started. I've been thinking about like computer science and stuff for a long time, but I never actually got my hands on it until like literally like 30 days ago. And this is my first like actual thing I've tried to really build. I had one other project I did before. I was building this like digital casino for cryptocurrency, and it was basically like a video game casino, like an MMO. Literally, it was an MMO casino, and it integrated cryptocurrency. But the technology was like AI wasn't even out yet. Like this was like 5 years ago, and I spent money on this fucking like coder guy to help me build it, and it just like it was gonna take so long, and it would have costed so much. Like it was still in the days where like to build something like that, like you actually needed a bunch of money and a team. Otherwise, it would take fucking forever. And I had like zero coding experience, so it basically just never came to fruition. And then, yeah, this is my first like real attempt, I would say. Okay, cool. Add a dentist appointment at 6 a.m. Add a workout at 8 a.m. That should take about an hour. Just a few months, yeah. I feel like you just need to know how to think, man. Like as long as you have a good head on your shoulders, it's not about experience coding. It's like about the ability to think. Okay, so I just tested this example, and basically what it did, so it put the dentist appointment in, I put a workout in after that without filling either one. After I said the workout block, it didn't follow up with me and ask the question like, how long is your workout? And then when I responded and said that should take about an hour, for some reason it made the walk an hour. So for some reason it looked back to the walk and adjusted that duration. I'm not sure why. It probably has something to do with the open dialog states or the rows that are being sent in the pack, something like that. I'll send you the data and you can take a look. While it's doing this, I'm gonna do the easier case where the walk-in thing isn't here and see what it does. I'll try this on auto and see if it can get it. I'll give it a try. But yeah, I don't think coding experience has anything to do with anything anymore. Like what you need to invest in is like a little bit of understanding of data structure, I think. Like if you know some of the language and terminology and how data structure works, that's very valuable. But then the real skill set is the ability to think in terms of like systems and then communicate your understanding of your solution to an LLM, like in clear, simple English. And then that's basically the skill. Knowing about coding, I don't think matters at all anymore. Like it might help a bit in terms of like maybe manually being able to go in and figure out why the LLM's not getting it right or whatever. But I don't know. I don't think it's really, that's not the important skill set though. Need a new rock. Rocky No Balboa. West of Grand Tree. No. Exactly, yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah, organization, structure, systems thinking, clear communication, like doing things in discrete steps. That's what does well. Oh, I went to the wrong place. This might be the funniest comment of all time. Hmm. I have a dentist appointment at noon. I have a workout at 3 p.m. That should take about an hour. So workout will go to an hour now. Yeah. The dentist appointment should also be about an hour. Okay, so that works. Let's redo it though with the more complicated situation. I knew this one was gonna work. Well, I didn't know, but I figured this one would work. Let's see if the other more complicated version works now. I designed this thing in the data structure called dialog states, which basically keeps track of like past user inputs that haven't been resolved yet. And it's basically just not handling it right. So let's see if it got it. I have lunch at noon for half an hour. Let's do a walk right after that for 30 minutes. I also have a dentist appointment at 6 a.m. And let's do a workout at 9 a.m. That should take about an hour. So now workout should go to an hour if it got the fix right. Okay, so it did dentist. Let me try. Okay, so what it did now is in this exact scenario, it has now picked up dentist for an hour instead of workout. So the first thing I put in after lunch and walk were already drawn was the dentist. Then I put workout. So the most recent row should have been workout. And the way it should have resolved it is it should have known that that was referring to workout because that was the last thing that I mentioned. Workout should have been drawn for an hour and dentist should have been unaffected. But for some reason it applied to dentist instead of workout. So I'll paste in the data and let me know if you can fix that. What'd you say? Personally stepping away from Opus or anything. Yeah, they always do that. Yeah, I've heard Opus does stuff like that. They dumb down their older models when new ones come out. I've heard the same thing. How do you find GPT right now? I haven't used 5.5 really at all. Have you used 5.5, 5.4? Like, how did those do? Did you try them? Or are you just Opus and Gemini? I know Gemini is really good for UI. That's what I've heard. Hmm. Tried it too. Said, "Be careful with GPT. I tried it in the beginning. It will go so." Yeah, I've kind of heard similar things. I've heard similar things. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. How long have I been live? What does it say? Is it 6 hours? No, it's more. It's gonna be like 8 hours or something. I don't even know. I woke up at like 5 a.m. or some shit. My rock is gone. Whatever, I don't care. Hold on. Let's do lunch at noon for half an hour. I don't think I'd made it do multi inputs at once. That's why I'm doing these one by one. Eventually, obviously, it will later. Let's do a walk right after lunch for 30 minutes. Oh, you know what I should say? A walk right after that for 30 minutes. I don't know if it would be able to do that. I'll try after. I also have a dentist appointment at 7 a.m. Let's also do a workout at 9 a.m. Seriously? That should take about an hour. Okay, it worked. The dentist appointment should be about half an hour. Okay, the first part worked. It made the workout an hour now, but then when I gave the follow-up that the dentist appointment should also be whatever time I said, I forget how long I said, but it basically didn't complete the dentist appointment block. So I'll paste in the data, take a look, and then fix that as well. Basically, this should still have an open dialogue state, and then that should be included in the pack. And then when I refer to dentist appointment, the parser should pick up that I'm referring to that old entry, and it should be able to map to that schedule slot and then draw based on the new duration given for the dentist appointment. Where's the rock? Fuck. Am I in the right place here? Oh. Yeah, keep up. Let's do lunch at noon for half an hour. We'll do a walk right after that for about 30 minutes. So this I'm testing to see if the that works here. I don't know if it will. Oh, it did. Wow. Okay, good. Actually, that makes sense because the I fixed this actually in the other example. Not this specific thing, but it's the same type of logic, so that makes sense. I also have a dentist appointment at 7 a.m. And also a workout at 10 a.m. That should take about an hour. And the dentist appointment should be probably like an hour as well. Okay, good. Okay, the test fully passes. Go ahead and make the notes for all this, all the fixes that we did in order to make this functional. The one thing that I want you to add right now is basically the agent's response. Anytime a scheduled block is drawn that's incomplete, the see date details below section should explicitly show what's missing. So like it should say, like in all caps, it should say like see details or like details missing or like awaiting details or whatever it says now. And then below that, there should be a list essentially of what details it's looking for, like a bulleted list. And basically in this case where it's just a stub with no duration, it's asking for how long it is or what time it ends at. And then also the agent should, in the box, like right now it says like, got it, the dentist appointment is about an hour long. There should be another message when there's still an open dialogue, like anytime there's an open dialogue, prompting the user one open dialogue state at a time. It should be the most recent one that they just mentioned, the open dialogue for that, essentially prompting them to collect the missing information. So it should say, how long is your dentist appointment, basically. So let's go ahead and implement those changes. It's getting somewhere. Hold on one sec. I need to, hold on. One sec. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna do it later. Let's do work at 8 a.m. Okay, that's good. Sorry, what'd you say? Send me your source code in Discord. Yeah, that's definitely something worth trying at some point. Yeah, I'd be down in the future to try that. Not like right this exact second, because let me get like one main part of it working, and then we can try that and see how it goes. I'd be down to try that in the future for sure. Like once a full feature is implemented, like this whole scheduling thing works, then you could do like a full test suite or something. I think I'm okay with how this looks like right now. Like, basically, I would need to, as blocks get bigger, there's always going to be this awkward where it kind of just half over covers it like this, and there's really no workaround. Like, I think I'm okay with it. That should be about 2 hours. I think we're happy with this functionality right now. I think the UI looks pretty good. Okay, it's all working now. So the one thing I was thinking is maybe you add a an undo button. Like sometimes what happens is like while you're scrolling, it'll like when I tap, like you have to hold it and drag. It should probably be the same thing for this. Like it shouldn't just grab it so easily. You should have to like tap. Actually, I think it's okay. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I think it's okay. Yep, the UI change looks good, and I even put a stub in and then followed up with the A03C type of example. I said it'll take an hour, and it correctly drew the correctly drew it in. So I think we can wrap up this section. I think we covered everything in S1. Is that right? If there's any notes you haven't added yet, go ahead and make those notes. Sorry, I've been kind of like slacking on the chat. I've been locked in. I'm curious if I'm missing which figure for myself. Yeah. Okay, we'll definitely stay in touch and we'll figure that out in the future, like 100%. Like I'm very interested in that type of product. Okay, I think I'm actually gonna pretty much wrap this up here because I'm gonna need to take a break soon anyways. So I'm gonna end this. This is a good place to stop till we finish this entire example suite. And also I noticed yesterday I did a really long stream and you can't upload to YouTube when the video is too long. So I'm gonna stop. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. And I'll probably turn it back on later, to be honest, and just keep doing more work. But yeah, for now I'm gonna stop. Yeah, I appreciate the chat. Good luck with your project and everything. It seems like you got it under control. It's a really good idea, so keep working on it. I will be back probably in a little bit, like in a few hours or something, a couple hours, I don't know. But for now, that's it. If I'm not back later, I will for sure be back tomorrow and every day after that.